Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
It is 12:23 a.m. as I type this, and I am only writing the time down because it matters in a way I did not understand before. It is the kind of detail people roll their eyes at, the kind of thing you include when you are trying too hard to make a story sound real. I am not trying to make it sound real. I am trying to pin it to the page like a bug under glass, because if I leave it loose in my head, it keeps crawling back out. I am sitting at the small kitchen table in my apartment in Albany. The table is cheap, fake wood with a seam running down the middle where it folds. One chair wobbles if you lean on the back 2 legs. The overhead light is too bright, so I have it off. I am using the stove light and the glow from my laptop. The place sounds normal. That is the part that messes with you. The refrigerator compressor has been cycling on and off in the same lazy rhythm it always has. The HVAC kicks in every so often with a click from the thermostat and a dry rush of air through the vent over the hallway. Somewhere through the wall, my neighbor has a TV on low. I can hear bass more than words, that muffled thump that makes it feel like the building has a heartbeat. Outside, there is the steady hiss of traffic from Central Avenue, the kind of constant noise you stop noticing until it is gone. Nothing about this room looks like a horror story. A half-empty bottle of dish soap by the sink, a stack of unopened mail that I keep moving from one corner of the table to the other, a phone charger that only works if you bend it a certain way, my work badge on a lanyard, tossed next to my keys, still smelling faintly like the warehouse break room and stale coffee. I work days at a distribution center. It is not glamorous. It is long aisles and fluorescent lights and forklifts beeping as they back up. It is scanning barcodes until your wrist aches and your brain goes numb. You learn the sound of machines the way other people learn music. Conveyor belts have their own rhythm. Pallet jacks have their own squeak. The big bay doors in winter sound like someone ripping a sheet of metal open and then slamming it shut again. I am telling you this because I do not want to sound like one of those guys who goes to a remote cabin for the vibes and then acts shocked when something creepy happens. I am not that guy. I did not want a spooky vacation. I wanted a week where my phone did not feel like a weapon. I got divorced a while back. I am not going to get into the reasons. Not because I am trying to protect anyone, but because it is not the point, and because it makes me angry in a way that turns everything else into a blur. I will just say I was the kind of person who thought he had a routine, a future, a stable little life. Then one day that life turned into a set of boxes I had to carry down a staircase, and I realized how fast home can become a place you do not belong. So yeah, I was fried. Emotionally, mentally, whatever word you want to use. And that is why I did something I normally would not do. I went somewhere I could not explain to anyone in a sentence. The part that matters right now is not the lake house itself. The part that matters is what followed me back here. What is sitting in the drawer to my right, in the same drawer where I keep spare batteries and a screwdriver and a bunch of junk I tell myself I will organize one day. In that drawer is a matchbook, not a box, a matchbook. The kind you used to get at diners or bars, back when people still smoked inside and no one cared. Thin cardboard, a strip of matches folded in, a scratcher on the back. It should not mean anything. It should be trash. But I keep it like it is evidence, like it is proof I did not imagine everything. I am going to pull it out right now, because even writing about it makes my hands do that thing where they start to sweat and then go cold. Hold on. Okay. It is smaller than you think. It fits in the center of my palm. The paper is cheap, off-white, no branding, no logo, no motel name, nothing. Just one smudge. On the spine, right where the fold is, there is a black mark like a thumbprint. It looks like someone touched it with dirty hands, except it is too deliberate, too placed. Not a smear from handling, a single dull half-moon of black that catches the light when I tilt it. I have tried to rub it off. It does not come off. I have tried to scrape it with my thumbnail. It does not lift. I have tried to convince myself it is nothing. Some ink from a factory. Some random stain. Except I have seen it more than once. That is the part that makes me feel insane. I am not writing this to accuse anyone. I am not writing this because I think the police are going to kick down someone's door over a matchbook. I am writing it because there is a pattern to it, and once you notice a pattern, you cannot unsee it. You start hearing it under everything else. You start hearing it under the normal sounds of your own home. The fridge hum, the HVAC click, the neighbor's TV bass, and the worst sound of all, the 1 second dead quiet. Every building has it. If you have never paid attention, you will start noticing it now. There is a moment, usually late at night, when the systems line up. The fridge compressor stops. The heater or AC pauses between cycles. The neighbor turns off whatever they were watching. A car stops at a light outside, and the constant hiss shifts. It is not silence in the spiritual sense. It is mechanical silence, a clean break in the noise, a blank frame. In that blank frame, your brain expects relief. It expects peace. Instead, your body does something primitive. Your shoulders tense. Your skin prickles. Your heart listens harder. Because in that 1 second, you can hear the things you are not supposed to hear. I used to love quiet. I used to be the guy who shut off the TV just to enjoy the calm. Now I hate it. Now quiet feels like a door opening. I did not always feel this way. I did not always sit at my kitchen table at 12:23 a.m., writing to a horror channel, like I am leaving a voicemail for the future. I am not proud of it. I am not trying to be dramatic. I am trying to be honest. If you read this on your channel, I do not need you to tell people to lock their doors, buy a gun, or never help strangers. I am not giving advice. I am not making a point. I am not trying to raise awareness. I just want there to be a record somewhere outside my head that says, this happened and it did not end when I drove home. Because there is a difference between a bad experience and something that changes the way you hear your own life. I did not even keep the matchbook on purpose at first. I did not think it would matter. I did not think it was a thing. I thought it was a weird little detail, the kind you forget as soon as you have a shower and a good sleep. But the more I tried to forget, the more it showed up in my thoughts in the exact same way. Like my brain was rewinding a short clip of a movie it could not process. A package on a step, a note in block letters, a cheap matchbook with a black smudge, someone using the word warm like it meant something else. That is why I am writing now. That is why I am looking at my screen like it is the only light in the room that matters. My hands are shaking just enough that I keep making typos. I can hear the keys clacking louder than they should. The refrigerator just cycled off. I know because the hum softened and then stopped. I can hear the neighbor's TV still going though, so the room has not gone fully quiet yet. The HVAC is idling. The air feels still. I keep glancing at my front door. I hate that I do that. My front door is painted beige, like every other door in this building. The peephole is a tiny, dark eye at face level. The deadbolt is locked. I checked it, twice. I have told myself 1,000 times that this is just anxiety, that I am letting one bad week bleed into the rest of my life, that I am building a story because my brain needs one. And then I get moments like this, where the pattern reaches out. A sound under the door. Not loud, not dramatic, not a pounding, not a bang. A soft, sliding whisper, like paper dragged across carpet. It is so subtle that if the fridge was on, I might not have heard it at all. My fingers freeze over the keyboard. The neighbor's TV base thumps once, twice, like a slow pulse. I stare at the bottom of the door, at the thin line of darkness where the hallway light leaks in. Nothing moves. For a second, I tell myself it was the building settling, a draft, the elevator down the hall, anything. Then I hear it again, just a fraction, like the last inch of a sheet being pushed. That is when my stomach drops. Not because I am brave or smart, but because my body recognizes that sound now. It is the same sound that started all of this. I do not stand up. I do not go to the peephole. I do not swing the door open like an idiot in a horror movie. I just sit here, staring at the seam of light, and I keep typing. Because if I stop typing, I will have to listen. And the one thing I have learned is that silence is when it gets close. Chapter 1. The lake house was supposed to be a reset 1.1 arrival day, off-season quiet. We left the Albany area after breakfast, the kind you eat because you know you should, not because you taste it. Megan brought a travel mug of coffee that was too hot to drink and smelled like burnt beans. I grabbed a gas station cup anyway, because that was my routine back then. Buying small, pointless comforts at places with bright lights and cameras in every corner. The sun was out, but weak, like it did not believe in itself. Everything along the highway looked rinsed in cold. Once we got off the main road and onto county routes, the world started thinning out. The lanes narrowed. The plows had pushed snow into hard, dirty walls on either side, and the asphalt was that wet, gray-black that makes your tires sound louder than they should. We passed neighborhoods where the houses were set back from the road like they were hiding. A few porch lights were on, even though it was morning, that dull yellow glow people leave for security. Then the scenery opened into stretches of woods and fields. Every now and then, we'd see a sign for a marina or a bait shop, but they were all closed. Seasonal. The kind of places that look cheerful in July and look abandoned in January. There were lake signs too, faded no-wake boards, half buried in snowbanks, and a couple of boat launch markers that felt like jokes in a world where water had turned into a hard, white sheet. At one point, Megan pointed out a row of lakefront homes through the trees. Big ones. The kind with screened porches and decks that probably hosted barbecues and loud music in the summer. Now they sat dark and empty, windows reflecting the sky like blind eyes. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out at a stop sign just to see what it was. A rental agreement notification. A neat little message with a confirmation number, check-in time, and the host's instructions. I remember staring at that screen for a second longer than necessary, because the language was so calm and transactional. Like nothing bad could ever happen under the protection of a properly formatted policy. We stopped once more for gas when the needle dipped below half. It was a small station with 2 pumps and a convenience store that smelled like old fryer oil and pine-scented cleaner. I watched my receipt print and felt stupidly grateful for the sound of it. The thin paper buzzing out of the machine, proof that the world still had predictable steps. Back in the car, we drove the last few miles slower. Road salt had crusted the wheel wells, and every time we hit a patch of slush, the tires threw it up with a soft slap against the undercarriage. It was the kind of sound that makes you picture the mess it leaves behind, the way winter gets into everything no matter how careful you are. The final turn was onto a narrow road that ran along the lake. No streetlights, just bare trees and the occasional mailbox leaning slightly, like it had been nudged by plows too many times. The GPS voice told us we had arrived as if it was announcing a restaurant. The house was exactly what the listing photos promised, which should have felt reassuring. Modern wood and glass, clean lines, a steep roof designed to shed snow, and a wall of windows facing the lake. There was a shallow deck out back, and a set of steps that led down toward the frozen shoreline. Everything looked new enough to feel impersonal, like a showroom staged to convince you that peace could be rented by the week. The driveway was plowed, but not recently. Tire tracks were half softened by fresh snowfall. I remember noticing that first, the way a person notices a half-open door in a room that should be closed. Not panic, just a small mental note that I tucked away. The host's instructions had mentioned a lockbox attached to the post by the front steps. It was there, black metal with a little keypad, the kind contractors use. The smart lock on the door itself was newer, sleek, touch-sensitive. The whole setup gave me the impression of a place designed for people to come and go without ever meeting the person who owned it. We hauled our bags up the steps. Megan went ahead, and I followed, staring at the front door like it might greet us back. The steps were dusted with snow, and the railings were cold enough to sting through my gloves. That is when I saw the package. It sat right on the top step, centered like it had been placed for a photo. Brown paper, twine tied in a simple knot. No shipping label, no printed barcode, no return address. Just a small envelope taped to the top with a handwritten note visible through the clear plastic. "Welcome. Stay warm." The letters were blocky and careful. Not fancy cursive, not sloppy, just deliberate. For a second, I thought it was from the host, some weird local touch, like a basket of snacks left at a hotel. Megan made a little sound of surprise and laughed, saying something about upstate hospitality, like she was trying on a stereotype. She tore the paper open right there, impatient, the way she always opened gifts. Inside were two things: a couple of hand warmers, the kind you shake and stick into your gloves, and a thin matchbook. No logo, no restaurant name, no state outline or tourist slogan. Just blank, off-white cardboard with a strip of matches folded inside. It looked cheap. It looked like something you'd find in a bowl by a cash register. Megan held it up and said, "Okay, that's kinda cute." Like she could not imagine a matchbook as anything except a harmless prop from another era. She shook the hand warmers as if to prove their usefulness and tossed them into her coat pocket. I picked up the matchbook and turned it over once, mostly out of habit. It did not tell me anything. It did not advertise anything. It just existed, thin and light, barely worth noticing. So I did what most people do with details that do not fit. I explained it away. I told myself the host left it for the fireplace, or it was a leftover from a previous guest, or somebody in town had a tradition of leaving welcome items for renters. I slipped it into my jacket pocket without thinking and moved on. Inside, the house smelled clean, too clean. Like fresh paint that had had time to dry and lemon disinfectant used sparingly. The living room was open plan, with a gas fireplace set into a stone wall and a couch positioned to face both the TV and the lake. The kitchen counters were bare except for a laminated guest book and a small bowl of mints. Upstairs, the bedroom had a skylight over the bed. A wide window wall looked out over the frozen lake, and the glass reflected us back in faint, ghostly outlines as we moved around the room. When Megan pulled the curtain aside, the view was stark and beautiful. Snow on the ice, a line of dark trees on the far shore, and a sky the color of steel. What I remember most about that first hour is the quiet. Not a peaceful quiet, a contained quiet. The kind you get in places built to keep weather out. The windows muffled the world. The walls held the heat in. Sound felt absorbed. Still, certain noises cut through. Snow ticked against the glass in tiny, steady taps, like fingertips drumming patiently. Somewhere deep in the house, the heating system clicked and sighed as it adjusted. And out on the lake, far enough away that it could have been imagination, there was a low, hollow boom. A single heavy sound that reminded me of a distant door being shut. I froze when I heard it, listening for a second boom, a second confirmation. Megan did not even react. She was already unpacking, humming under her breath, glad to be away from everything. I watched her move, watched the normality of her hands folding sweaters into drawers, and I felt an odd relief that I could not explain. I told myself the boom was just the ice settling. People talk about that. Lakes shifting and cracking in winter. Natural, harmless, but even then, standing in that clean, rented bedroom with the skylight above us, I had the first small sense, quiet as the snow against the window, that we had arrived somewhere that already knew we were there. 1.2. The perfect 2 days. The calm that makes you careless. The first 2 days were exactly what we told ourselves we needed. That is the dangerous part. When something gives you what you want at the start, you stop watching the edges. We fell into a routine fast, like the house was designed to lull strangers into comfort. We woke up late because the bedroom stayed dim even after morning came. The skylight softened the light into a pale gray wash, and the snow outside made everything brighter without making it warm. Megan would pad downstairs in socks, start the coffee maker, and stand at the window with the mug cupped in both hands, as if she was warming them over a candle. I would follow a minute later, still half asleep, and the first thing I would hear was the refrigerator compressor. That low, steady hum. Not loud, not alarming, just present. It filled the kitchen the way silence fills a church. It made the whole house feel alive in a boring, dependable way. We spent the mornings hiking. There was a trailhead a few minutes down the road, just a small gravel pull-off with a sign half covered in snow. The woods were quiet in that muffled winter way, the kind where your own breathing feels rude. Fresh powder covered everything, undisturbed except for deer tracks and the occasional paw prints that made Megan smile and say something about foxes. Our boots sank with each step, and the sound was soft and repetitive, like tearing fabric. The air smelled clean, metallic, and thin. Every time we stopped, we could hear snow dropping from branches in small, sudden puffs. Little collapses that sounded like someone exhaling right behind you. When we came back, our boots would be wet and heavy, and we would line them up by the vent to dry. The vent blew warm air across the floor, and the heat would carry the smell of damp rubber and cold pine needles into the kitchen. Megan's gloves would hang over the backs of chairs. My hat would end up on the counter. There would be little trails of melted snow leading from the door to wherever we dropped our things, like evidence of how quickly we had stopped caring about keeping the place perfect. We cooked simple meals, pasta, soup, grocery store bread. We did not want anything fancy. We wanted the comfort of warm food and the excuse to stand close to the stove. Megan left mug rings on the counter without thinking. I left crumbs. We were acting like people who lived there, not people who were just passing through. At night, we turned the gas fireplace on because it was there. The listing had called it cozy, which is a word people use when they want to sell you a feeling. The flame behind the glass made a soft roar, more sound than fire, and the orange light played on the walls in a way that made everything feel calmer than it deserved. And it was calm. That is the truth. The snow kept falling in a steady, patient way. Not a blizzard, not a whiteout, just constant, like the sky was slowly emptying itself. The world outside became a blank page. Cars passed on the lake road once in a while, but the sound was distant and brief, tires hissing through slush, then gone. There were no voices, no barking dogs, no sirens, no random city noise, just wind and snow and our own small movements inside the house. That calm did something to us. It made us talk softer. It made us walk slower. It made us feel untouchable, like the lake and the woods were a wall between us and the rest of our lives. Megan kept saying it felt like we were the only two people left. She meant it romantically. I tried to mean it the same way, but every time I looked out across the water, I saw the other houses. In daylight, you could spot them along the shore like scattered teeth. Big summer homes, smaller cabins, and a few modern builds like ours. Most of them were dark. Some had snow piled high on the decks, untouched. Some had driveways unplowed. A couple had curtains drawn and mailboxes leaning, like they had not been visited in weeks. At night, it was even clearer. The lake turned into a flat black plate, smooth and glossy where the ice had formed, with a thin rim of gray where moonlight hit it. The tree line on the far shore became one solid shadow. The houses that were empty disappeared completely, swallowed by the dark. Only a few points of light remained. One porch light across the lake, one window glow farther down the shoreline, and sometimes the faint sweep of headlights on the road like a slow-moving searchlight. Standing in front of that window wall, you could feel exposed without understanding why. The glass was huge, and it reflected the room behind you. If you looked out too long, your own living room would float over the lake view like a second layer. The couch, the fireplace, the kitchen behind it. Your own body, pale and ghosted, superimposed on the black ice. It made it hard to tell what was outside and what was inside. More than once, I caught myself leaning closer to the glass, squinting, trying to separate the darkness beyond from the reflection behind. The first time it happened, I laughed at myself. The second time, I did not. There was a small unease that came and went, subtle enough that it felt childish to name it. Not fear, not even suspicion. Just the sense that a large window works both ways, and that being able to see everything also means being easy to see. Megan did not notice, or if she did not care. She loved the view. She loved the way the snow made the world feel clean. She loved the illusion of privacy that comes from being far away. I did not want to ruin it for her, and I did not want to ruin it for myself, so I acted normal. I told myself I was being paranoid. I told myself I was still in that post-divorce mindset where everything felt like a threat because my life had already proven it could fall apart. So I focused on the ordinary. We watched a couple movies with the volume low because the house sounded louder when it was quiet. We played cards at the kitchen table. We took pictures of the snow on the deck railing like tourists. We joked about how we should move there and become those people who wear flannel year-round and name their dog something like Moose. And still, once or twice each day, I found myself looking at the front steps. It was never a dramatic moment. It was always casual, almost unconscious. I would be rinsing a mug and glance through the narrow window by the front door. Or I would be putting on my boots to go outside and flick my eyes toward the top step. Part of it was habit. Part of it was that the first day's package had left a question mark in the air, and my brain wanted a period. If there was another package, if there was another note, then it would mean something. It would justify the itch under my skin. But there was nothing. No brown paper, no twine, no envelope. Just fresh snow, smooth and untouched. Like the front steps were a blank stage waiting for someone to step onto it. The only things that moved were the small mechanisms of the house itself. By the end of day 2, I could have told you the building's rhythms the way you can tell someone's moods. The refrigerator compressor would kick on and off in predictable cycles. The baseboard heat would click and tick as it warmed up, then settle into a quiet hiss. The pipes would make small popping sounds when the hot water stopped running, like tiny knuckles cracking in the walls. Wind tested the eaves at night. It did not howl, but it pressed in gentle waves, making the house creak in places that reminded you it was still made of wood, still subject to the cold. Snow tapped at the glass, steady and patient, and every once in a while the lake ice would make that deep, hollow boom again. One single sound, far out, heavy enough to feel like it moved through your ribs. Megan called it the lake talking. I laughed along, because it was the kind of thing you say in a cozy rental to make the weird sounds feel cute. But late on the second night, after Megan fell asleep upstairs and I stayed down a little longer with the fireplace on low, I realized something I did not like. The house did not sound like silence. It sounded like a machine orchestra warming up, each system taking its turn, each noise filling the gaps, each cycle hiding the moments in between. And in those moments in between, when the fridge stopped and the heat paused and the wind held its breath, the quiet did not feel peaceful. It felt like something waiting for the next sound to cover it again. 1.3, first hairline. Crack not from the host. The first thing that went wrong was so small I almost missed it. It was late morning on the third day. The snow had stopped for a while, leaving everything outside unnaturally bright, like the world had been freshly erased and redrawn. Megan was upstairs showering, and I was downstairs making coffee, standing in front of the kitchen window in sweatpants and a hoodie, enjoying the rare calm. That is when I glanced toward the front steps and felt my brain snag on a detail I could not name. The lockbox. It was still there on the post by the door. Same black metal, same keypad. But the angle looked different. Not dramatically. Not like it had been ripped off or tampered with. Just rotated a little. Like someone had touched it and then tried to put it back exactly how it was. I told myself I was overthinking it. I told myself it was probably always slightly crooked, and I was only noticing because I had been staring at the entrance like a paranoid dog for 2 days. But when I walked closer, I saw more. The top step had a fresh scuff on it, an arc of darker wood where snow had been rubbed away. The doormat corner that had been flat and square was curled up, flipped just enough to look like it had been caught by a boot toe. None of it screamed intruder. It screamed human, like someone had approached, paused, shifted their weight, and left. I stood there for a second longer than necessary, staring at that small lifted corner of the mat as if it could tell me what happened. The air felt colder in the entryway, and the front door window reflected my face back at me, pale and slightly distorted. Megan came downstairs wrapped in a towel, hair dripping onto her shoulders, and saw me standing there. She laughed. "What?" Are you guarding the castle now? I forced a smile. I did not want to be that guy. I did not want to introduce fear into a place we were paying to feel safe in. So I pointed at the mat like it was nothing and said, I think the wind messed it up. She glanced, shrugged, and walked to the kitchen to pour coffee. The moment passed. It should have ended there, but it did not leave my head. All day, the little details replayed like a loop. Lockbox angle, scuff mark, mat corner. Every time I tried to dismiss it, another thought slipped in behind it. The package. The welcome, stay warm. Note, the matchbook. The fact that it had no label, no return address, no shipping sticker, no obvious explanation. That afternoon, while Megan was outside taking pictures of the lake, I finally did something I had been avoiding. I messaged the host. I kept it casual. That is important. I did not accuse him. I did not say, someone's watching us. I wrote it like a normal guest who was trying not to sound weird. Hey, quick question. When we arrived, there was a small package on the steps with hand warmers and matches, and a note that said, welcome, stay warm. Was that from you? Just wanted to say thanks if so. I stared at the message before sending it, thumb hovering, because there is a moment where you can feel your own sanity being negotiated. If I sent it, I was admitting the package bothered me. If I did not send it, I was leaving the question unasked, and my brain would keep scratching at it. I hit send. The host replied faster than I expected. Within a couple minutes, my phone buzzed and I saw his name pop up with a polite, professional message. Hi. No, that wasn't from me. I don't leave gifts. Are you guys okay? Is there anything unsafe or strange going on? It might have been left by a previous guest. Please let me know if you need anything. I read it twice. No, that wasn't from me. I felt that sentence settle into my chest like a weight. I looked around the living room as if the furniture might have changed while I wasn't paying attention. Everything was the same. Couch, throw blanket, guest book, the bowl of mints like a cheap joke. The house looked harmless. The message made it feel less so. When Megan came back inside, cheeks red from the cold, I told her what the host said. She frowned for about 3 seconds, then shrugged like she was shooing away a fly. Okay, so it was a leftover. People leave stuff all the time, she said. It's probably from some couple who wanted to be cute. They left it on the steps for the next guests? I asked, trying to keep my voice light. Or the cleaning person set it out because they thought it was from the host, she said. Or a neighbor. People do that in small towns. Relax. I nodded. I even laughed a little because that was what she wanted. That was what I wanted too. But there was one thing I could not get past, and I did not say it out loud because it sounded like the opening line to a story you do not want to be in. There was no return address. There was no shipping label. The package had not been mailed, it had been placed. Someone had physically walked up to that step and set it there. I told myself the same thing Megan did. A neighbor, a friendly local, a previous guest trying to be charming, a cleaning worker who found it inside and thought it belonged outside. Any explanation that did not involve intent. That night, after dinner, I pulled the matchbook from my jacket pocket and studied it in the warm light of the kitchen. I had not looked at it closely before. Not really. I had handled it like trash. Now that it mattered, it suddenly looked different. The cardboard was thin and cheap. Yes, but it was clean. Too clean. Like it had never sat in a bowl with other matchbooks collecting dust. The edge was crisp. The matches inside were neatly aligned, and the smudge on the spine, What I had assumed was dirt was not smudged at all. It looked like a mark, a deliberate half-moon of black ink or soot pressed into the fold the way someone might press a thumb into clay to leave proof they had touched it. I set it on the counter and stared at it like it was a live thing. In the quiet kitchen, it felt wrong to have something so small carry that much weight. I went back to the note next. Welcome, stay warm. The letters were clean, evenly spaced, and slightly too perfect. Not the messy scrawl of someone jotting a quick message. Not the playful handwriting of someone trying to be cute. It was block print, the kind people use when they want to be legible, when they want their message to look neutral and friendly. The kind of handwriting you use when you are imitating friendliness. I did not tell Megan this part. She was already in bed, scrolling on her phone, half asleep, wrapped in comfort. I did not want to infect her with my thoughts. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I put the matchbook in a drawer. I folded the note and slid it under the guest book like it belonged there. Then I went outside and walked around the front of the house, pretending I was just getting some air. I was looking for a camera. There was one mounted under the eaves, but it was pointed toward the driveway and the cars, not toward the front steps. The angle was wide, meant for liability more than security. It would capture someone pulling in. It might not capture someone placing a small package right under the camera's blind spot. I stood there in the cold, staring up at that little black eye, and felt a slow frustration rise in me. Even if it did record something, I did not have access. The host probably did. The host who said the package was not his. I went back inside and locked the door, double-checked it, then hated myself for double-checking it. Later, when Megan was asleep and the house was down to its nighttime noises, I lay in bed staring at the skylight. Snowflakes slid across the glass like pale moths. The lake beyond the window was a darker shape inside a darker world. The refrigerator hummed downstairs. The heat clicked on and off. Pipes ticked faintly. The wind pressed at the house like it wanted in. Then, at some point, I could not tell you the exact minute, only the feeling. The systems aligned. The fridge stopped. The heat paused. The little background noises softened as if someone had turned a dial. For one beat, the entire house went still. And in that sudden mechanical silence, I heard something that did not belong to the woods, the wind, or the lake. A faint, distant whine. Not loud, not close enough to be obvious. Just a thin mechanical sound stretching across the ice, rising and falling like someone testing an engine, then letting it idle. I held my breath without meaning to. The whine lingered for a second, then dissolved into the returning hum of the house. The fridge cycling back on, the heat clicking, the normal noise rushing in like a cover story. Megan shifted beside me and sighed in her sleep. I stayed awake, staring at the dark window, because in that 1 second of quiet, I had heard something that felt like a reply, like the lake had answered back with a machine. Chapter 2, The Snowmobile 2.1, Third night, wake up, a man-made sound. I woke up the way you wake from a bad dream when you are not sure if you heard something in the dream or in the room. At first I thought it was the storm. The wind had picked up sometime after we fell asleep, and the house made small, steady noises in response. Wood settling, a faint creak in the roofline, the soft tick of snow hitting the glass. The world outside had been quiet all day, but winter has a way of changing its mind after midnight. It decides to remind you that you are a guest. I blinked and stared up at the skylight. It was not black like it should have been. It was a milky gray, swirling with snow that kept catching whatever light was up there, and smearing it across the glass. It looked like someone had rubbed chalk across the sky. Megan was asleep beside me, turned away, hair spread across the pillow like she had dropped it there. Her breathing was slow and even, the kind that makes you jealous when you cannot match it. I rolled onto my back and tried to settle. That was when I heard it again. A sound under the storm that did not belong to wind or branches or ice. It was small, but it had an edge to it, mechanical and controlled. An engine. Not a truck engine. Not the distant rush of a car on the lake road. This was a smaller motor, higher pitched, like a lawn tool or a generator. It rose into a thin whine, then dropped, as if someone had started it and then immediately cut it. A few seconds later, it rose again, then stopped again. It was the kind of sound that makes your brain search for an explanation before it lets you feel afraid. My first thought was that it was coming from inside the house. Maybe the heating system cycling weirdly. Maybe the refrigerator doing something strange. When you sleep in an unfamiliar place, you blame the unfamiliar place for everything. But the sound came with a rhythm that felt intentional. Start, idle, cut, a pause, start again. I held my breath and listened harder, and that was when I realized something else. The storm was muffling everything. Heavy snow does that. It eats sound. It turns the world into a padded room. Even the wind becomes less of a howl and more of a low shove. That made the engine stand out more, like a voice in a whispering crowd. I reached for my phone on the nightstand and checked the time. 12:18 a.m. That number stuck in my head because it felt too specific, too ordinary, like the beginning of a bad memory. If it had been 3:33, it would have felt like a cliché. 12:18 was just real. The kind of time you glance at without thinking and then regret later because you remember it too well. The engine sound came again, longer this time. A soft, rising whine that held for a beat, then faded as if whoever was using it was easing off the throttle. I sat up in bed. The room was dim, but not completely dark. The snow outside reflected enough light back through the window wall that the furniture had shape. The bed frame was a shadow. The dresser was a darker shadow. The glass opposite us was a wide rectangle of gray-white movement where snow slid down in thick streaks. I should have stayed still. I should have told myself it was nothing and forced my eyes shut. Instead, I got out of bed. My feet touched the floor, and the cold jumped up into my legs like a warning. The house was warm overall, but floors in winter rentals are always colder than they should be. I moved quietly, careful not to wake Megan, because I did not want to turn a vague unease into a shared panic. I crossed the bedroom and stood at the window, close enough that I could see my own reflection floating over the lake view behind it. My face looked pale and wrong in the glass. For a second, I had that strange double sensation of watching the outside while also watching myself watching it. The lake was there, but it did not look like a lake anymore. It looked like a flat, endless field of pale gray, with the far tree line barely visible through the snowfall. The ice had disappeared under a fresh layer of snow. The horizon line was softened. Even the other houses on the shore were hard to make out. If you had dropped into that scene without context, you might have thought you were looking across an open plain. That was when I saw the light. It moved slowly across the surface in a way that made my stomach tighten before my brain could catch up. A dim, steady point, not bright enough to light up the snow around it, but bright enough to be unmistakably artificial. It drifted from right to left, then paused, then moved again. At first I thought it was a car headlight on the far road, seen through the trees. but it was too low and too isolated. It did not sweep across trunks. It did not change angles the way a car light does as it curves along a road. It was out on the lake, and it was coming closer. I watched it for too long without moving, because rationalizing is a way to delay fear. I told myself it was probably a neighbor, someone local taking a snowmobile out on the ice, checking something, doing whatever people do in winter that city people do not understand. I reminded myself that people drive snowmobiles on frozen lakes all the time. It was not some supernatural thing. It was just late. The engine sound rose again, faint but clear now, and the light slowed to a crawl. The snowfall thickened, turning the air into a curtain. The little point of light would blur and sharpen depending on how the snow shifted between us. I tried to see the shape behind the light. I could not at first. The snow swallowed outlines. Then, as the vehicle angled slightly, I caught a darker mass around it. Low profile, a hump, the silhouette of handlebars, a snowmobile. Seeing it clearly should have made me feel better. A thing you can name is supposed to be less frightening. Instead, it made it worse. Because a snowmobile out there meant someone had chosen to be on that ice in that storm. Someone had chosen to come near the rental houses when most of the shoreline was dark. Someone had chosen to make noise when the whole world was trying to be quiet. The light stopped again, almost directly in front of our house. Far enough away that it was still a small dot, but close enough that it felt like it had arrived at a destination. The engine cut out. The sudden absence of that thin mechanical whine made my ears ring. The storm filled the space immediately, but it was a different kind of sound. Wind and snow, messy and natural. The engine had been a straight line through it. Now that line was gone. For a few seconds, nothing moved. The light remained, fixed, like an eye. I could feel my heart beating harder. I could feel the skin on my arms tightening, as if my body was preparing for something I had not told it about yet. Then the engine started again, but softer, and the snowmobile shifted position, turning in a small arc. The light swung slightly. It did not sweep the shoreline like someone searching. It angled toward our house and held there. I took a step back without meaning to, and my heel bumped the bed frame. The dull knock sounded too loud in the quiet room. Megan stirred, making a small, sleepy sound, and I froze. The engine cut again. It was like the world was holding its breath in small pieces. Sound on, sound off, sound on, sound off. Each time leaving a gap where your mind could insert whatever it feared most. I pressed my forehead lightly against the cold glass and tried to focus. Was the person lost? Were they stuck? Did they need help? Why were they stopping so often? Why were they directly in front of us? A gust of wind shifted the snowfall, and for a brief second the visibility cleared just enough for me to see the full outline of the snowmobile. It was stopped on the ice, angled toward our property. A figure sat on it, dark against the pale snow, posture rigid. Then the storm closed again, and the figure became a suggestion. I realized I had been staring without blinking. My eyes were dry. My jaw hurt from clenching. I should have gone back to bed. I should have woken Megan right then and told her we were leaving in the morning. I should have stayed inside and locked every lock and waited for the thing out there to pass by. Instead, I did what people do when they are tired and still trying to believe the world is normal. I stood there, in that dim bedroom, watching the light on the lake as if it would explain itself. And as I watched, the snow fell heavier, thick enough that the entire view turned into a blank, shifting wall, gray on gray on gray. until the only sure thing was that steady artificial point of light, sitting in the middle of it, refusing to go away. Tutu, the woman on the ice. Help me, my boy. The first time the figure moved, it was not subtle. A dark shape climbed off the snowmobile and stood upright on the ice, and that alone jolted something primitive in me. When you see a person standing in a storm at night on a frozen lake, your brain does not file it under normal neighbor activity. It files it under emergencies, under danger, under things you cannot ignore. The figure lifted both arms and started waving. Not a casual wave, not a friendly hello. Fast, frantic motions, hands chopping the air, shoulders hunched against the wind. Even through the heavy snowfall, I could tell they were trying to be seen. Then I heard the shouting. It came in broken pieces at first, swallowed by the storm. A human voice does not travel cleanly across a lake in a snowfall like that. It stretches, it thins. It becomes a series of sharp syllables that arrive late, like the sound is stumbling through the cold. But there was no mistaking what it was. Someone was yelling for help. I turned from the window and crossed the room in 2 quick steps, not caring anymore about waking Megan. "Megan," I said, keeping my voice low at first, then louder when she did not move. "Megan, wake up." She made a sound of irritation, rolled slightly, and then I shook her shoulder. That snapped her awake. Her eyes opened and focused on me with that immediate alarm people get when they sense something is wrong before they understand it. What is it?" she whispered. I pointed at the window. "There's someone out on the lake." She sat up, pulled the comforter around her, and stared where I was pointing. For a second, she did not see it, because the snow made everything outside look like a blank screen. Then the moving light caught her eye, and she leaned forward. "Is that a snowmobile?" she said, and even in a whisper she sounded confused. "It stopped in front of the house," I said. "They're waving." As if to confirm it, the figure waved again, larger, more desperate, and the shouting rose in volume on a gust of wind, landing in the room like it had been thrown. "Hello? Please!" Megan's face changed. Confusion sharpened into concern. She swung her legs out of bed and stepped onto the cold floor, wincing. "Call someone," she said automatically. Already reaching for her phone, I was a step ahead of her. I grabbed mine off the nightstand, thumbed it awake, and saw the worst kind of mundane problem. No service, not even one bar, just that empty, mocking icon. "Nothing," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "I don't have signal." Megan checked hers. She had the same. She swore under her breath, a small, tense sound, and then she said, "Try Wi-Fi calling." "I don't think mine's set up," I said. "It is on mine," she said, already moving. "Stay here." She rushed out of the bedroom and down the stairs, bare feet slapping softly against the wood. I followed her halfway, then stopped at the landing to look back out the window again. The figure was still there, arms still waving, and the sound of shouting was clearer now, as if the storm had shifted to carry it directly toward us. A woman's voice. That was the first detail my brain actually registered. Not a man, not a group. A woman. "Thank God!" she screamed, and the words came through sharp and raw. "Thank God someone's there!" The sentence hit me with instant, stupid certainty. If it was a woman, if she sounded scared, then it must be real. That was my brain's shortcut. That was the human error I did not know I was making. Her voice rose again, higher, breaking on the edge of hysteria. "I can't find him. Please, my boy! I stood there with my phone in my hand, staring at the empty signal bars as if I could will them into existence. The cold logic part of my mind was trying to keep up. Who drives a snowmobile onto a lake at midnight in a storm? Why come to a rental house instead of calling for help? Why stop directly in front of us? But none of those questions mattered the second she screamed the next part. "He's out there," she yelled. "I lost him in the snow." A lost child. That phrase does not land like an adult emergency. It detonates. It flips every switch in your body that has been wired for responsibility. Even if you do not have kids, even if you are not a good person, even if you are tired and broken and you came here to escape your own life. I heard Megan down in the kitchen, voice tight, trying to get Wi-Fi calling to connect. I heard her say, "Hello?" and then, "Can you hear me?" into her phone with the forced calm of someone trying to be useful. I could not wait. I went back into the bedroom, grabbed my jeans and sweatshirt off the chair, and pulled them on with shaking hands. I found my boots by the door, still damp from hiking, and shoved my feet in, lacing them too quickly. I pulled on my coat, then gloves, then a hat. I grabbed the headlamp we had tossed into a drawer with other rental house junk, extra batteries, a candle, an emergency flashlight, because the listing had mentioned trails, and I assumed it was for guests. It was ridiculous. I was gearing up like I was going on an adventure, like this was a story with a clear beginning and a clear end. Megan came back upstairs, phone in her hand, face pale. "No connection," she said. "It keeps dropping. I can't get through." "She's saying she lost her kid," I said. And even as I said it, I heard how insane it sounded. Like a line from a scam, like a setup, like something you would warn people about. Megan's eyes widened. "In this weather?" "I know," I said. "But if it's real..." "Wait," she said quickly, grabbing my sleeve. "Don't go out there. We should keep trying. We should..." The woman's voice cut through again, closer now, because she had started moving. "Please!" she screamed. "Please, I can't do this alone!" Megan's grip tightened, then loosened. Her mouth opened, then shut. You could see the exact same moral trap snapping around her brain that had already snapped around mine. The idea that if we did nothing, and there really was a child out there, then whatever happened next would be ours to carry. "Stay inside," I told her. "Keep trying the phone. If you get through, tell them where we are." "I'm coming with you," she said. "No," I said, sharper than I meant to. "No, you stay. If something happens, at least one of us needs to be here with a phone." She looked like she wanted to argue. Then she nodded reluctantly and stepped back. I kissed her forehead without thinking, a quick gesture that felt like something people do in movies. Then I turned and went downstairs. The front door opened with a soft suction sound, warm air pulling away as cold rushed in. The wind hit me immediately, cutting through my clothes like it had teeth. Snow stung my cheeks. The porch light cast a weak cone of yellow that made the flakes look thick and alive, swirling like insects. I stepped onto the deck and looked out. The snowmobile was clearer from here, a dark shape on the pale lake. The woman stood beside it, waving one arm, the other wrapped around herself. She was closer than I had realized from the bedroom window. The distance across the ice looked smaller when you were staring at it from the ground level, like you could just walk out there and be back inside in a minute. That was the second mistake. The ice looked solid. It looked safe. The snow on top made it look like land. There were no cracks, no dark spots, no open water, just a white stretch leading out from the shore like a path. I stepped off the deck and onto the snow-covered ice, and the sensation was bizarrely normal. It held my weight without protest. No groaning, no creak. Just a firm, cold surface under my boots. The fear of falling through, which should have been screaming in my head, stayed quiet. The lake felt like ground, so I walked faster. The woman kept shouting as I approached, her voice breaking into sobs and words, the way people sound when their panic has no place to go. Thank you, she cried. I thought, oh my God, I thought nobody was here. As I got closer, I started to make out details. She was bundled in a thick fur coat that looked expensive, the kind you see on someone who wants to look warm and wealthy at the same time. Her hair was pulled into a tight braid that ran down her back like a rope. Her cheeks were red from the cold, but her posture was steady, too steady for someone who had been searching a blizzard for a missing child. That thought flickered, and then I shoved it away, because it felt cruel. How old is he? I yelled over the wind. Where did you last see him? She took a step toward me, then stopped, just out of reach, positioned in a way that forced me to close the last few feet. Her eyes fixed on my face, then dropped briefly to my hands, to my pockets, and then back up. It was quick, a glance, but it made my skin tighten. He's little, she cried. He ran into the snow and I can't see anything. I can't. Her voice rose into a wail. Then, for half a second, it stopped. Not faded, not swallowed by the wind, stopped. A clean, abrupt cut, like someone had hit mute. She looked past me, over my shoulder toward the house, and her face went blank. Empty, evaluating, like an actor glancing off stage to check the timing. The moment was so quick I almost convinced myself I imagined it. But in that half second, the storm noise filled in, and I heard something else too. The quiet steadiness of her breathing. Not ragged, not panicked, controlled. Then her expression snapped back into grief, and she cried again, louder, messier. Please, she begged. Please, you have to help me. I was close enough now to see the snow stuck to the fur collar of her coat. Close enough to see that her gloves were clean, not torn, not wet, not scraped up from digging through drifts or grabbing branches. Close enough to smell her. Not the smell of someone who had been outside for hours. Not sweat and cold and panic. A faint perfume, sweet and sharp, hanging strangely in the frozen air. My headlamp beam caught her eyes, and for a second, they reflected back at me like an animal's. She blinked slowly, as if the light did not bother her. Where's your phone? I asked, trying to anchor myself to logic. Why didn't you call? No service, she said quickly, too quickly, as if she had practiced that line. Please, he's going to freeze. Behind me, somewhere inside the house, I could imagine Megan moving from window to window, phone in hand, trying to force a connection. Out here, on the ice that felt like solid ground, all I could think about was one thing: a child alone in the snow. And the ugly truth is that was enough to keep me walking forward, even as my instincts started whispering that something about the woman's performance did not match the storm. Toop 3. The matchbook line. Do you still have those matches? I was close enough to see the stitching on her gloves. That is the stupid detail that stays with me. Not the snow, not the wind, the stitching. Dark thread and clean lines along her fingers. The kind you notice only when your brain is trying to anchor itself to something ordinary. Okay, I said, forcing my voice steady. Okay, tell me exactly where you last saw him. Point. Show me. I expected her to turn, to gesture toward the shoreline, to start leading me in frantic circles the way desperate people do when they have no plan except panic. I expected a messy story, a trail of half-truths, something that sounded like fear. Instead, she did something small and controlled. She tilted her head, not like a person in distress, like a person studying a label. Her eyes went past my face again, down to my jacket pocket, then back up. The pause was so brief, I would have missed it if my own body had not already started tightening. My heart was beating harder, but not in the heroic way people like to imagine, in the animal way. The way your body reacts when it senses the rules are changing and no one warned you. Then she asked, casually, as if she was making conversation at a grocery store checkout, "Do you still have those matches?" For a second, I did not understand the words. They slid past my brain like water over glass. Those matches. In my head, time did something strange. It slowed and doubled back, like I had stepped onto a patch of ice that made my memory skid. The package on the front step, the twine, the note in block letters. Welcome, stay warm, the thin matchbook in my pocket, the black smudge on the spine. I heard Megan's voice from earlier, laughing about upstate weird hospitality. And then I heard the host's message in my head, clean and polite. No, that wasn't from me. My mouth went dry. My tongue felt too big. "What did you say?" I asked, because my brain was buying itself time. She did not repeat herself right away. She just watched me. Her expression shifted, only a flicker, but it was enough. The crying, the desperation, the trembling urgency. All of it dropped for one clean beat. And in that beat, she smiled. Not a warm smile, not a friendly smile. A small, satisfied curve at the corner of her mouth, like she had just heard a door click into place. That is when I knew she was not asking. She was confirming. She knew about the matches because she was the reason they were there. I did not move. I could not. My brain was still trying to argue with itself, still trying to find the version of reality where this was a misunderstanding, where she meant matches in some other context, where this was all just a weird coincidence. But her hand was already sliding into her coat pocket with the calmness of routine. The gun came out like it had been waiting there. It was not dramatic. She did not wave it. She did not shout. She did not need to. She held it low and steady, angled toward me as if she was pointing at a spot on the ice. "Wallet," she said. Her voice was different now. Flat, clear, almost bored. Phone. The storm kept moving around us, indifferent. Snow blew past her face and stuck to her coat. The world was still cold and white and wide, like nature was doing its own thing while a small human decision was being made in the center of it. I remember thinking, in a sharp, stupid flash, the lost kid was never real. I remember thinking, she used that because it works. My hands went up slowly, palms out. I could feel my gloves creak. I was suddenly aware of my own breath in the scarf around my mouth, warm and fast. "Please," I said, and I hate that I said it. I hate that I tried to negotiate with a person who had already decided the shape of the interaction. "We can..." "Wallet," she repeated, slightly louder. Not angry, just firm. And the phone. I reached for my back pocket first, because my body was moving on autopilot, and pulled my wallet out. It felt heavier than it had ever felt, like it contained something valuable. It didn't. It contained a few cards and a couple bills and the pathetic little proof of my normal life. I held it out. She took it with her left hand without stepping closer. She made me lean forward, made me close the distance. Her gun hand did not shake. Her eyes did not leave mine. "Phone," she said again. I slid my phone out of my jacket pocket and held it out. As I did, my fingers brushed something else in there. The matchbook, thin and light, exactly where I had left it. The contact made my stomach drop. It felt like touching a live wire. She took the phone. Quick, efficient. The whole robbery took less than 30 seconds. That is the part that makes it feel so unreal now. Like my body should have done more, said more, fought more. But there was no fight in it. No back and forth, no scene. Just a woman on the ice, using a story about a child like it was a tool. Taking my things like she was checking items off a list. She tucked the wallet and phone into her coat, then looked at me one last time. Her face held the faintest hint of amusement, as if she expected me to say something wise or brave and she was already tired of it. Then she said the line that made my blood feel colder than the wind. Stay warm. The same words from the note. The same words that had looked harmless on paper. Now they sounded like a joke told directly into my ear. She swung one leg over the snowmobile and sat down. Her movements were practiced. She knew the machine. She knew the ice. She knew exactly how long she could stand there before my brain caught up enough to do something unpredictable. The engine roared to life, louder up close, vibrating through the lake like a deep animal growl. The headlight flared and threw a hard cone through the snowfall. For one brief second, the light hit my face and I saw my own shadow stretch behind me on the snow like something trying to pull away. Then she twisted the throttle. The snowmobile shot forward, and within a few seconds, it was already dissolving into the whiteout. The light became a dim dot again, then a smudge, then nothing. The engine faded quickly, swallowed by the storm, like the lake had closed its mouth around it. I stood there, alone on the ice, holding nothing, feeling ridiculous and exposed, my headlamp beam pointing at empty snow as if I had been searching for something the whole time. Behind me, the house looked warm, yellow light in windows, a safe shape against the dark woods. I turned and ran. My boots slipped once on packed snow and I almost went down. I caught myself with my hands, felt the hard cold through my gloves, and scrambled up without thinking. Adrenaline makes you clumsy and fast at the same time. "Megan!" I shouted, and my voice sounded wrong in the storm, too loud, too thin. "Megan, call the police!" I ran toward the deck, lungs burning, and the closer I got, the more furious I became. Not just at her, but at myself. At the fact that I had stepped away from the only safe place on that shoreline, because a stranger had waved her arms the right way and said the right words. The lost boy story was never the goal. The goal was me. The goal was to find out how quickly I would leave warmth for cold, glass for open air, a locked door for an empty lake, just because someone performed need in the right tone. I hit the steps and stumbled onto the deck, hands shaking so hard I fumbled the doorknob. When I finally got inside, the warm air hit me like a slap. My glasses fogged instantly. My headlamp beam danced across the kitchen cabinets like a panicked searchlight. Megan was already there, phone to her ear, voice tight and high. "Yes," she was saying. "Yes, we're at the lake house on the road by, please, someone just robbed him, she had a gun." I locked the door. I flipped the deadbolt. I did it twice, as if the second click could erase what had just happened. And then, as if the house itself had been waiting for the right moment to remind me it was still normal, the furnace kicked on with a loud, sudden click. A rush of warm air flooded the vents. The refrigerator compressor started again downstairs. The house filled back up with its machine orchestra, the comforting noises returning like nothing had happened, like I had not just stood on a frozen lake being studied and used. The normal sound felt obscene. It felt like laughter. Chapter 3. The report 3.21. Police arrival. Snow erases everything after the door clicked shut and the deadbolt slid into place. The house felt too small. It was the same living room we had been laughing in earlier that night. The same kitchen where we had left mug rings on the counter like we owned the place. Now it felt like a set that had been rearranged while we were not looking. The windows were still huge, the lake still out there, but the glass no longer felt like a view. It felt like exposure. Megan stood in the middle of the room with her phone pressed hard to her ear, shoulders raised, voice sharp and thin like she was trying to cut her words through the storm. "Yes," she kept saying. "Yes, he's okay. He's inside now. She had a gun. She took his phone. No, we didn't see a car. It was a snowmobile. No, I don't know. He ran back in. There's no service. I'm on Wi-Fi calling. Please, please send someone." Every time she paused to listen, her eyes would flick toward the windows as if she expected the headlight to flare up again on the ice. She had the kind of expression you see on people in a minor car accident. Half disbelief, half delayed terror, as if her mind was still trying to rewind to a moment where the mistake could be undone. I was shaking, but not the way she was shaking. Megan's fear was obvious. Hands trembling, breath hitching, eyes wet. Mine was quieter and uglier. It sat in my chest like rage and made my muscles feel tight. I kept pacing from the kitchen to the front door, from the front door back to the window wall, like I was trying to patrol a perimeter that did not exist. I checked the locks again. I hate that detail. I hate that I became that person instantly. The kind of person who thinks a deadbolt is a prayer. The storm outside was still going, heavy and steady, and the sounds of the house, fridge hum, furnace rush, felt like mockery now, like the building was performing normality, trying to convince us nothing had happened. Megan finally lowered the phone and looked at me. "They're coming," she said. Her voice broke on the last word, and she swallowed hard. "They said it'll take a while. The roads are bad." "How long?" I asked. She glanced at the screen as if it had a timer. They wouldn't give an exact time, but they said, "About an hour." An hour. I stared at her as if she had just told me the weather forecast. An hour in a storm like this. An hour for fresh snow to fall. An hour for tracks to disappear. An hour for whatever part of this was still controllable to become unrecoverable. I turned back to the window and looked out across the lake. The world was almost blank again. Snow moved in sheets, slanting diagonally in the wind. The ice was invisible beneath the fresh powder. There was no headlight now, no engine sound, no dark shape, just white and gray and the faint outline of tree line. Megan sat down on the couch and pulled her knees up, wrapping her arms around them. She looked small and cold in a room that was warm. "I'm sorry," she whispered. I could not tell if she meant sorry for telling me to go, sorry for not stopping me, or sorry for the whole idea of the trip. "It's not your fault," I said automatically, because that is what people say. But the words felt shallow. The truth was, I did not know whose fault it was, and that uncertainty made everything worse. While we waited, I tried to do something useful. I opened the host's welcome binder and flipped through pages that listed emergency numbers and Wi-Fi details and local recommendations like best brunch in town. I found the address printed clearly, a neat line that made me want to tear the page in half. I wrote it down anyway, in case Megan's Wi-Fi calling dropped. I checked the outside light switches. I turned on every light that faced the lake. as if brightness could protect us. I pulled the curtains, even though they were mostly decorative, and did not fully cover the glass. The storm kept falling. Every few minutes, Megan would stand and walk to the window, press her palm to the glass, then step back as if she had burned herself. Her eyes kept darting to the shoreline, to the spot where I had been standing on the ice, to the empty place where the snowmobile had been. "I keep thinking I'll see the light again," she said at one point, voice barely above a whisper. I did not answer because I was thinking the same thing. The hours stretched. Time does that in emergencies. It becomes thick. Every minute feels like the world is delaying on purpose, forcing you to sit with the consequence. Then, finally, we heard it. Not the sound of a snowmobile, a siren. Muted at first, far off, then sharper as it approached along the lake road. The sound was wrong in this setting. Too urban, too official for a place that had felt abandoned. It cut through the storm like a blade. Headlights swept the front windows, tires crunched in the driveway. A car door slammed, followed by another. The porch light caught shapes moving toward the steps. Dark uniforms, heavy coats, flashlights. For a second, I felt relief so strong it made my eyes sting. Like a child seeing a parent arrive after being lost in a store. I opened the door before they knocked, then immediately regretted it because cold air spilled in and made the warmth behind me feel fragile. 2 officers stood on the steps. One was older, broad-shouldered, face set in that tired neutrality that comes from seeing too much nonsense. The other looked younger, cheeks red from the cold, eyes alert. Their flashlights threw harsh beams across the porch boards. "Evening," the older one said, as if this was a normal check-in. "You folks the renters?" "Yes," Megan said behind me, voice shaky. "Yes, someone robbed him, a woman, on a snowmobile." The older officer's gaze flicked over me, down to my hands, my boots, the snow stuck to my cuffs. He nodded once. "All right, let's start from the top." We told it fast, both of us talking over each other at first, then forcing ourselves to slow down and make it coherent. I heard my own voice sounding too calm, as if I was narrating someone else's story. I described the engine noise, the headlight on the ice, the waving, the cries about a lost child. Megan filled in where she could, mostly with what she heard through the window and the panic of trying to call for help. The younger officer asked questions in a steady rhythm: height, weight, clothing, hair color, type of gun, direction she left, exact time. He pulled out a notepad and wrote quickly, pen scratching in the cold. The older officer stepped past us into the living room and looked out the lake-facing windows. His flashlight beam slid across the glass and then out into the storm, as if it could reach all the way to the far shore. "You went out there?" he asked, tone flat. "Yes," I said. He did not scold me. He did not say I was reckless. He just nodded again, like he was filing it under things people do when they hear the right lie. "All right," he said. "We're gonna take a look." They went outside first, flashlights cutting through the snow. Their boots made a clean, crunching sound on the steps and driveway. It was oddly comforting, that sharp crunch, proof of weight, proof of presence, proof of reality. Megan and I stood in the doorway watching them like we were afraid to cross the threshold again. A third vehicle arrived, headlights washing the front yard in white. Another officer joined them. I could hear radios squawking now, short bursts of static and clipped voices half swallowed by wind, official sounds, procedural sounds. They walked down toward the shoreline. I followed a few steps behind. staying on the deck at first, then down into the yard, hands shoved into my pockets because I did not know what else to do with them. The lake was a blank sheet under fresh snow. If the woman had left tracks earlier, they were gone now. An hour of steady snowfall had erased everything I had thought might remain. The spot where she had stood, where I had stood, where the snowmobile had been. It was all indistinguishable. The older officer crouched near the edge and swept his flashlight across the surface. The beam revealed nothing but shimmering snow crystals. The younger officer walked a few feet out onto the ice, testing it cautiously, and shone his light in a slow arc. Nothing. No tracks, no scuffs, no drag marks, no dropped glove, no cigarette butt. Not even a disturbed patch of snow that looked different from any other disturbed patch of snow. It was like the event had never happened. I felt my anger rise, hot and useless. "She was right there," I said, pointing. My finger stabbed into the storm like I could puncture it and reveal the scene beneath. "She drove away that way. You have to see something." The older officer looked at me, then back at the lake, then at the trees. His expression did not change. "I believe you," he said, "but the weather's doing us no favors." They kept searching anyway, moving along the shore, flashlights clicking on and off as they adjusted beams, radios crackling with static. Wind pushed through the trees behind the house, making them hiss and rattle like dry bones. Every now and then, a branch dumped a load of snow with a soft, sudden thump that made Megan flinch. One of the officers mentioned a boat ramp across the lake. He said it like it was a thought that had occurred to him earlier and was now becoming a plan. "There's an old launch on the far side," he said. "If she got onto the ice with a machine, that'd make sense." "How do you know that?" I asked. He pointed vaguely, as if direction was enough. "We've got maps and locals." Then he turned to his radio. The speaker squawked, loud and distorted, followed by a calm voice replying through static. They decided to check it. Two of the officers drove around the lake road, which looped wide and slow through the woods. The older officer stayed with us for a moment longer, taking our statements again, as if repetition might shake loose a new detail. "What did she say?" he asked. "Help me," Megan whispered. "She said she lost her boy." "And when she left?" he asked, eyes on me now. I swallowed, tasting cold air and shame. She said, "Stay warm." The older officer's jaw tightened slightly. That was the only reaction he gave. A small shift in muscle, like he did not like that detail, but did not want to give it power. He nodded once more and scribbled it down. Then we waited again, while the storm kept falling and the officers' flashlights carved narrow tunnels through the darkness that revealed nothing but snow, snow, snow. When the two officers finally returned from the far side, their faces told the story before their words did. Wet eyelashes, red cheeks. That calm, resigned look professionals get when they have already accepted what civilians cannot. "We found the ramp," the younger officer said. "Old, but it's there. Easy enough to get a snowmobile onto the ice from that side." "Did you find the snowmobile?" I asked. He hesitated, then shook his head. "No." "Tracks?" I demanded. "Covered," he said, like he was explaining gravity. "Same as here." I felt something inside me break loose, not into tears, but into a harsh, furious laugh that surprised even me. "So that's it?" I said. "She just disappears?" The older officer looked at me with that practiced calm. "We'll file the report. We'll put out a bolo with the description. But with the storm and no plate and no clear evidence..." "Her voice," Megan said suddenly, trembling. "Her hair, the coat. You have to..." "We will," he said, and his tone was kind in the way that makes you feel worse. "But I need you to understand something. Snow wipes clean. It's like it never happened." Outside, the wind pushed through the trees again, static and restless, and for a second the radios crackled in unison, sharp electronic bursts in the night, official sounds, comforting sounds, and yet the lake stayed blank and silent, swallowing the entire incident under a fresh layer of white, as if it had been waiting for the chance to erase it perfectly. 3.2, the host refund. He sounded too genuine. The police left the way they arrived, efficiently, with the same careful neutrality, like they were stepping out of a scene that would continue whether they were in it or not. Their headlights swept the front windows one last time, washing the living room in white, and then the driveway went dark again. The siren did not turn back on. There was no dramatic exit, just the crunch of tires in snow and the slow fading of an engine down the lake road. Afterward, the house felt louder. Not louder in decibels, louder in meaning. Every sound seemed to lean in. The furnace cycling felt like a countdown. The refrigerator hum felt like a throat clearing. Even the small pops from the baseboard heat sounded like footsteps in the wrong hallway. Megan sat on the couch with her arms wrapped around herself, staring straight ahead, eyes unfocused. When I asked if she was okay, she nodded without looking at me. Her hands trembled slightly, like her body was still trying to burn off adrenaline. I kept walking from room to room as if movement could fix something. I checked the locks again. I checked the windows. I pulled the curtains tighter. I stood in the kitchen and stared at the guest book, then at the door, then at the matchbook drawer I had put the thing in earlier. My mind kept returning to one humiliating fact. I had been tricked using the easiest lever in the world, a child, a story designed to override every cautious instinct I had. Around 2 a.m., Megan finally said, "I don't want to stay here." It was not a debate. It was not said with anger. It was said with the flat certainty of someone who has crossed an internal line and will not step back. I agreed immediately. I did not even try to argue about the money or the inconvenience. I did not want another hour in that house, in that view, with that lake sitting out there like a blank eye. We started packing with the kind of speed that feels embarrassing in retrospect. Shoving clothes into bags without folding, dropping chargers into pockets, scooping toiletries off the bathroom counter like we were evacuating. In the middle of it, I called the host. It took 2 rings. He answered in a voice that sounded like he had not been sleeping. "Hello?" "Hi," I said. My voice was raw. "This is the guest at the lake house. We had an incident. We called the police. A woman robbed us on the ice." There was a beat of silence on the line. Not disbelief, not skepticism, but something more unsettling. A pause that felt like the host was processing it the same way I was. Not as a story, but as a violation. "Jesus," he said softly. "Are you both okay?" "We're fine," I said, then realized fine was a lie that did not deserve air. "No, we're not fine. She had a gun. She took my phone and wallet. I stopped myself because the details made it feel worse. "Oh my God," he said again, and his voice cracked slightly. He sounded genuinely shaken. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea. I didn't leave anything out there. I need you to know that." The way he said it mattered. Not defensive. Not slippery. Not like someone caught in a lie. He sounded like a man whose business depended on safety and who had just been punched in the stomach by reality. "About that," I said. When we arrived, there was a package on the steps, a note, hand warmers, and a matchbook. It said, "Welcome, stay warm." "Was that you?" "No," he said immediately. "No. I don't do that. I've never done that. I don't even keep matches there. There's a gas fireplace. I'm telling you, that wasn't for me." "Could it have been your cleaner?" I asked. "I use a service," he said, voice rising slightly with stress. "But they're not. They wouldn't. They don't leave gifts. And if they found something, they'd throw it out, not wrap it and put it on the step." I was gripping my own phone so hard my hand hurt. "Do you have cameras?" I asked. "Anything outside?" "Yes," he said. "There's one under the eave facing the driveway, but it's mostly for people pulling in and out. It doesn't cover the lake, and with this weather, I don't know if it would have picked up anything. The lens gets snow on it. The night vision gets weird." "Can you check?" I asked, and I hated how desperate I sounded. "I will," he said. "I promise I will. I'm going to look as soon as it's light enough. If there's anything at all, I'll send it to the police." "Okay," I said. I wanted to believe him. Then he said, "I'm refunding your stay. All of it. I'm not arguing about it. I don't want you paying for this. Just get home safe." The refund should have been comforting. It should have felt like someone taking responsibility. Instead, it made my skin crawl in a new way, because it confirmed something I had been resisting. The system had already decided this was an unfortunate event, not a solvable one. The money could be returned. The feeling could not. After I hung up, Megan tried contacting Airbnb support through the app. She sat at the kitchen table tapping her phone, sending messages, and getting that cheery automated tone back. "I'm so sorry this happened. Your safety is our top priority. We have escalated your case. Please provide the police report number." The responses looked like they had been written by someone who had never felt fear. They were clean, polite, and empty, like the app itself was shrugging. At some point, Megan set her phone down and said, "It's like talking to a wall." "Yeah," I said, "a wall with a logo." By around 3 a.m., we had packed everything we could. We left some groceries behind. We did not care. We put our bags by the front door like we were waiting for a ride out of a bad neighborhood. Neither of us slept. We sat with the lights on. Megan kept glancing at the windows. I kept listening to the house noises like they were clues. Every time the refrigerator shut off, I would tense. Every time the furnace clicked, my shoulders rose. The storm kept pushing against the glass, and I kept imagining a headlight blooming out there again. Morning came slowly, as if the world had to drag itself back into color. By the time the sky turned a pale, cold blue, the snowfall had eased. The lake was calm, innocent. It looked like a postcard again. That was the part that nearly made me lose it. The way the scene changed, like nothing had happened. The way daylight turns terror into something you can almost doubt. We carried our bags out to the car. The air was sharp and clean. The snow on the steps was smooth except for our own footprints. No signs of struggle, no tracks on the ice, no dark streaks, no proof. Just winter doing what winter does. Before we left, I went back inside to grab one last thing, the matchbook. I know how that sounds. It makes me sound obsessive, like I wanted a souvenir from my own stupidity. But the matchbook felt important, and I could not explain why. It felt like the one physical thread connecting the package to the woman to the words, "Stay warm." I had put it in the kitchen drawer the night before, under a stack of spare napkins. I was sure of it. I remembered the motion. I remembered closing the drawer and thinking, irrationally, that at least the thing was contained. I opened the drawer. it was not there. For a second, my mind went blank. My heartbeat seemed to pause, like my body had forgotten the next step. I tore through the drawer anyway. Napkins, batteries, a corkscrew, a tiny flashlight. Nothing. I opened the other drawers, as if the matchbook could have migrated on its own. I checked the counter, the table, the couch cushions. I did it quickly, angrily, like if I moved fast enough I could catch reality before it finished rearranging itself. Megan appeared in the doorway, coat on, keys in her hand. "What are you doing?" she asked. "The matchbook," I said, and my voice sounded too sharp. "The one from the package. I put it in here." She stared at me for a second, then frowned. I moved it. My stomach dropped. "You what?" "I didn't want it in the drawer with our stuff," she said, defensive now, because she could hear something in my tone. It freaked me out. I put it in the guest book." I turned slowly and looked at the coffee table where the guest book sat, thick and laminated, full of cheerful instructions and handwritten thank yous from people who had come here to relax and probably did. I flipped it open. There it was, tucked between pages like a bookmark, the thin matchbook sitting neatly inside as if it belonged there. And for a moment, the relief I felt was almost worse than the panic, because it meant my fear had been misplaced. Just a misunderstanding. But then my eyes landed on the spine. The black smudge stared back at me like an unblinking mark, and the fact that it had not been where I thought it was, had moved without my knowledge, even for an innocent reason, left a small, cold gap in my mind, a pocket of disorientation, the kind that makes you wonder how many other small things had shifted without you noticing. I closed the guest book slowly. Megan watched me with tired eyes. "Can we go now?" she whispered. I nodded. We left the house behind us, drove away under a clean winter sky, and watched the lake disappear between the trees. It looked harmless in daylight, which somehow made it feel even more deliberate. 3.3. The first too neat coincidence. We did not talk much as we drove out. Megan stared out the passenger window with her arms folded tight across her chest, jaw clenched, like she was holding her teeth in place. I kept both hands on the wheel and stared straight ahead, my eyes scanning the road, the way you scan a hallway after you have heard a noise. Every mailbox felt like a marker. Every driveway felt like a place someone could be waiting. Every dark tree line felt like it held a shape you would only see if you stopped. The lake road was narrower in daylight than it had felt when the police lights were on it. Snowbanks pressed in on both sides, and the plow had carved the road into a shallow channel. The car tires hissed through slush. Road salt sprayed up in gray mist. The whole landscape looked scrubbed clean, like winter had sanitized the scene. That was the problem. Everything looked too normal. If there had been a broken branch, a set of tracks, a dropped glove, anything that refused to be erased, it would have felt like proof that the night had been real. But the world had returned to its before state with a speed that made my memory feel like a bad dream. We had been on the ice. She had pointed a gun at me. She had taken my phone and my wallet. She had said the same words from the note. And now it was morning, and there were birds calling faintly in the trees, and a weak sun making the snow sparkle. It did not fit. About 10 minutes outside the small town, Megan finally spoke. "Can we stop somewhere?" she asked. "I need coffee, like actual coffee, and a bathroom." I nodded. I did not want to stop. I wanted distance. But the truth was I needed it too. My hands were still trembling on the wheel in small bursts. and I could feel dehydration drying my mouth. Adrenaline burns through you like fever and then leaves you hollow. The place we pulled into was a combined diner and gas station, one of those rural buildings that tries to be everything because there is nothing else for miles. A single-story structure with a peaked roof, a row of cloudy windows, and an old neon sign that buzzed faintly even in daylight. 2 pumps out front, and a parking lot that was mostly plowed but still slick. We parked near the entrance. I sat there for a second with my hand on the door handle, watching people move inside through the glass. They looked casual, warm, unaware. The sight made me feel separate from them, like Megan and I had returned from a place normal rules did not apply. Then I forced myself out. The air smelled like gasoline and cold metal. Our boots crunched on packed snow. When we stepped inside, warm air and the smell of frying oil hit us immediately. The diner side had a few booths, a couple locals in heavy jackets drinking coffee, and a TV mounted near the ceiling playing muted morning news. The gas station side had shelves of snacks, cheap gloves, windshield wiper fluid, and a rotating rack of postcards that looked like they had been there since 2008. Megan headed straight for the bathroom sign without looking at me. I walked toward the counter to order coffee. That is when I saw them. A bowl of matchbooks sat near the register, the way they do in old diners, like a relic kept alive by habit. The matchbooks were plain, off-white, unbranded, no local restaurant name, no tourist logo, just cheap cardboard, stacked loosely like someone had dropped a handful in and walked away. My stomach tightened so hard, it felt like I had been punched. I stood there staring at the bowl, and for a second, I forgot where I was. The diner noise faded behind my ears. All I could hear was the memory of the woman's voice on the ice and the word matches landing like a trigger. I leaned closer. Most of the matchbooks looked identical. But then I saw it. One near the top of the pile with a black half moon on the spine. The same kind of mark. The same placement. I reached out before I had decided to. My fingers moved like I was grabbing something hot off a stove. I picked the matchbook up and turned it over in my hand. The mark was there, dull and dark, a thumbprint shape. Not smudged, not streaked, just a pressed, deliberate stain. I rubbed it with my thumb. It did not smear. I rubbed harder like I was trying to prove it was just dirt or cheap ink. It still did not move. It was dried, set, intentional. For a moment, my vision tunneled. The diner smell turned sour. My heartbeat thudded in my ears loud enough to drown out the clink of plates and the murmur of conversation, because this was not supposed to be here. Not outside that lake house. Not outside that town. Not sitting in a bowl like candy, offered to anyone who wanted a free little object. I placed the matchbook back carefully, as if it could bite me. "Coffee?" the cashier asked. He was a middle-aged guy with a tired face and a baseball cap pulled low. His hands were rough, knuckles dry from winter. He looked like someone who had worked too many mornings in a place that smelled like old grease. "Yeah," I said, and my voice sounded normal, which felt like another kind of lie. "Just black." He poured it into a paper cup, slid it across the counter, and asked for cash or card. I paid with my card, the absence of my wallet making the motion feel wrong. I could not shake the feeling that my normal identity had been removed, and now I was operating under a temporary permission slip. While he rang me up, my eyes kept flicking to the matchbooks, to the bowl, to the black mark, to the idea that some stranger had set those there with a purpose. I started noticing everyone's hands. The man in the booth stirring cream into his coffee, his fingers stained faintly with grease. The woman at the soda cooler opening a bottle of water, her nails short and clean. The teenage kid behind the counter stocking shelves, glancing at his phone. I watched their hands like I was searching for the same black smudge on their skin, like the mark could transfer, like it meant something about them. That is what fear does. It makes you start looking for symbols in places that should be neutral. When the cashier slid my receipt over, I forced myself to speak casually, to sound like a normal customer making small talk. "Those matchbooks," I said, nodding toward the bowl as if I did not care. "Do they belong to the diner?" The cashier glanced at them. His expression barely changed. "Nah," he said. "We don't even smoke in here." Then he shrugged like it was nothing worth thinking about. "They've been around." "Around?" I repeated, trying not to let the word tremble. He leaned his elbow on the counter. "Someone drops them off now and then," he said, "like a box at a time. Old-timer thing, I guess. Folks take them for candles, fireplaces, whatever." I felt my mouth go dry again. "Do you know who?" He shook his head. "Nope, not my business. They just show up." That sentence landed heavier than it should have. They just show up. Like the package on the step. Like the note. Like the woman on the ice. Like my missing phone. Like proof that could not be traced because it was designed to arrive without a sender. Megan returned from the bathroom and approached the counter, face pale but composed. She looked at my expression and immediately tensed. "What?" she asked quietly. "Nothing," I said too fast. Then I nodded toward the bowl. "Look." She glanced, saw the matchbooks, and her eyes narrowed. She reached out, picked one up, and then froze when she saw the black mark on the spine of the one near the top. Her fingers tightened around it. "We need to go," she said, voice low. I did not argue. We walked out with our coffee like we had simply changed our minds. The bell above the door jingled. Cold air hit our faces. The parking lot was bright with daylight. Everything looked safe. And then, as we stepped off the curb toward the car, I heard it. A small engine turning over. Not a car engine. Not the distant rumble of a truck. A higher, tighter sound. Mechanical, familiar, wrong. It started somewhere nearby, just out of sight behind the building or down the road, rose into a thin whine, and then cut off abruptly. Start. Idle. Cut. The exact rhythm that had pulled me out of sleep the night before. Megan stopped mid-step. Her eyes darted across the lot, scanning for a source. I did the same, heart thundering, head turning too fast. I looked toward the road, toward the tree line, toward the back of the diner where snowbanks rose like walls. I saw nothing. No headlight. No vehicle. No person in a helmet. Nothing that a camera could capture and a police report could use. Just a clean winter morning and a parking lot full of ordinary cars. The engine did not start again. It simply left that one sound hanging in the air like a fingerprint you could not photograph. We got into the car, doors shutting with heavy thuds, and I sat there gripping the steering wheel, feeling a cold certainty settle over me. This was not a one-off. The matchbook was not a random prop. It was either a calling card or a tool, something placed in multiple locations, waiting for the right person to pick it up, keep it, and prove they were the kind of person who would step out into the snow when someone waved. And the worst part was how cleanly it could all be done. Drop a matchbook, leave a note, create a story, then let the snow erase everything else. Chapter 4. It followed me back to Albany 4-1, back to routine, warehouse light and bad sleep, I told myself the fear would stay up there by the lake, buried under the snow like everything else. That was the lie I needed in order to drive home. Albany welcomed us back with the ugliest kind of normal. Gray slush piled at curbs, parking lots half frozen and rutted, dirty snow shoved into corners like trash nobody wanted to deal with. The city noises returned immediately, sirens far off, trucks downshifting at intersections, someone arguing in a hallway, the steady hiss of tires on wet asphalt. My apartment building smelled like someone's laundry and cheap cleaning solution. The lobby lights flickered slightly. The elevator made its usual groan when it started moving, a tired mechanical complaint that I had never cared about before. Now every sound felt like a message. The first night back, I stood inside my own front door and listened to the building breathing. Somewhere above, water ran through pipes. Somewhere down the hall, a door shut. A neighbor's TV rumbled faintly through the wall, bass without words, like a distant heartbeat. And I waited for the 1 second dead quiet. It came sometime after midnight. Not clean, not perfect, but close enough. The refrigerator compressor in my kitchen paused. The HVAC hesitated between cycles. The neighbor's TV went silent for a beat. My body stiffened like it had been trained. I did not hear a snowmobile. I did not hear papers sliding under the door. I heard nothing at all, which somehow felt worse, because my brain filled the space with memory. In the morning, I went to work. The warehouse was the same as it had been before, which should have been comforting. It was all fluorescent light and concrete. The air smelled like cardboard dust and pallet wood. Forklifts beeped in reverse with that high, irritating chirp that drills into your skull. Conveyor belts rattled. Shrink wrap squealed when it tore. The break room microwave hummed like it was always struggling. There were vending machines with stale snacks behind fogged glass. There was burnt coffee in a pot that had probably been sitting there since dawn. There were co-workers making the same jokes they made every day, pretending the world was fine because that is what you do when you have bills. I tried to step into that normal like it was a warm bath. It did not work. I kept seeing the lake whenever I looked at a wide, empty space. The long warehouse aisles reminded me of the frozen shoreline, straight, open, unforgiving. Every time a forklift engine idled and then cut off, my stomach tightened. Every time someone called my name from behind, my skin prickled, because for a split second my body expected a woman's voice saying something about a lost child. I made mistakes scanning inventory. I set a pallet down too hard and got yelled at. I forgot where I left my box cutter and felt a flash of panic so sharp it made me nauseous, like the smallest missing object could be the start of another pattern. At lunch, I sat in the break room with my sandwich unopened, listening to the microwave beep and the vending machine clunk as someone's chips fell. My coworker asked if I was okay, and I said I was tired. That became my cover story. I was tired, I was stressed, I was going through stuff. All true, in a way that was useless. When I got home, I checked my locks twice, not once out of habit, twice like a ritual. Deadbolt, handle, chain. Then I stood there for a second and hated myself for doing it, because it felt like admitting I was the kind of person who could be made smaller by fear. Megan came over a few nights later. She had gone back to her own place after the trip, and she had tried to act like the lake was a contained incident, something horrible but over. She wanted to talk about it like it was a story that ended when we crossed county lines. "We're back," she said, sitting on my couch, rubbing her hands together because my apartment always ran cold. It happened. It was awful, but it's done. I wanted to agree, I wanted to let her close the lid on it and move on. Instead, I found myself asking the same questions again, like picking at a scab. "How did she know we were there?" I said. "How did she know about the matches?" Megan sighed, the kind of sigh that tries to make a conversation softer. "She could have left that package for anyone," she said. "Maybe she does it to a bunch of rentals. Maybe she just got lucky." "Lucky," I repeated, and the word tasted wrong. Megan reached for my hand. "You're spiraling," she said gently. "You can't live like this." I did not answer, because the truth was I already wasn't living like this. I was living inside it, like my brain had moved into a smaller room and locked the door behind itself. Over the next week, I started noticing my apartment building in a way I never had before. The elevator cables made a faint whine when the car moved. Soft, metallic, almost like a distant motor. Sometimes it paused between floors and there was a little click before it continued. I began to associate that click with the sound of the gun being produced from the woman's coat pocket. Not loud, not dramatic, just the quiet moment where the world changes. The hallway outside my door had a draft. At night, it smelled faintly like someone's cooking. Garlic, onions, fried oil. It reminded me of the diner by the lake, the bowl of matchbooks, the casual shrug of the cashier saying they just show up. My neighbor coughed through the wall every morning around 6:10, a wet, rattling cough. The first time I heard it after the trip, it sounded like someone clearing their throat outside my door. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling until my chest hurt. I started avoiding silence. I left the TV on low even when I wasn't watching. I played a fan noise on my phone at night. I found myself craving the constant hiss of sound because it meant there was no clean gap for something else to slip into. Then, one night, I heard something that made me sit up so fast, I nearly hit my head on the headboard. A soft scrape in the hallway. It was probably nothing. Someone's shoes, a bag dragging, a neighbor shifting furniture. But my body reacted like it was the start of a sequence. My heart hammered. My hands went cold. I stared at my door as if it might ripple. In the morning, I bought a cheap door camera online. It was not fancy. Not one of those systems with a subscription and cloud storage and professional monitoring. It was a plastic little thing that promised peace of mind in bullet points, motion detection, night vision, app alerts. It came in a box with bright branding that made it feel like a toy. I installed it anyway. I mounted it across from the door at first, then changed my mind and put it higher, angling it to catch the hallway and the seam under the door. I fussed with the position like an amateur detective, trying to make sure it saw everything. I checked the Wi-Fi connection 3 times. I tested motion alerts by walking in and out, waving my arms like an idiot. The camera's little blue light blinked steadily. The sight of it should have calmed me. Instead, it made me feel like I had started a game with rules I did not understand. That night, after Megan left, I sat at my kitchen table and listened to the building again. The fridge hummed. The HVAC clicked. Somewhere, the elevator groaned. A distant TV thumped through the wall. I watched my phone screen where the camera app showed a frozen view of my hallway. And I realized something that scared me more than the idea of a stranger outside my door. I was no longer trying to relax. I was trying to catch a pattern. And patterns, once you start looking for them, have a way of finding you back. 4.2. The matchbook on the doormat. It happened on a weeknight, the kind that disappears from memory because nothing is supposed to happen on it. I remember the time because I checked it twice, and then checked it again like the number could change the outcome. 12:23 a.m., The stove clock in my kitchen glowed green, and my phone agreed. That exact minute again, like a loop trying to close itself. I had been half awake on the couch with the TV on low, not watching anything, just letting the noise fill the apartment so there would not be gaps. The fridge compressor cycled with its lazy hum. The HVAC clicked once, then went quiet. Through the wall, a neighbor's TV thumped bass-heavy laughter that did not sound human, more like a soundtrack. Down the hall, the elevator moved, and I heard the faint metallic whine of cables and pulleys doing their job. My cheap door camera feed sat open on my phone. The hallway view was boring. Beige carpet, beige walls, a strip of fluorescent light. An empty rectangle of nothing. I was drifting, not asleep but not fully present, when the building did that thing again. The systems aligned. The fridge paused. The HVAC hesitated. The neighbor's TV went quiet for a beat, like they muted it or fell asleep on the remote. The 1 second dead quiet arrived, and my body reacted before my mind could argue. My shoulders tightened, my jaw clenched, my breath turned shallow. Then I heard it. A soft, dry sound right at the base of my front door. Not a knock, not footsteps, not a key in the lock, paper sliding. It was subtle like a flyer being pushed under, but it was too controlled, too clean. A gentle scrape across the threshold, then a faint tap as something came to rest on the doormat. I sat up so fast my back cracked. For a second, I did not move at all. I just stared at my door, at the thin line of darkness underneath it. The silence felt thick enough to press against my ears. Then the fridge kicked back on downstairs with a low hum, as if embarrassed by what it had allowed me to hear. I told myself it was junk mail, a neighbor's notice, someone sliding menus under doors. My hand still shook as I reached for my phone and opened the camera app's live view. The hallway was empty. The fluorescent light buzzed. The beige carpet looked undisturbed. No shadow moving away. No shape at the edge of frame. Just nothing. I watched for 10 seconds. 15. My thumb hovered over the record icon even though it was already recording. Nothing happened. That was what made my stomach drop. Because if someone had been there, if they had run, I should have seen a blur, a shoulder, a shoe, something. Instead, there was nothing, like the hallway had been empty the whole time and the sound had come from inside the door itself. I stood and walked toward the entryway, every step slow and careful, as if speed would make the situation real. The air near the door felt colder, like the hallway draft was seeping in around the frame. I leaned down and looked at the bottom gap. A sliver of white peeked from the edge of my doormat. Not a flyer, something small. I swallowed hard and put my hand on the lock. The deadbolt felt cold even through my fingers. I turned it slowly, listening for any sound outside. Nothing. I opened the door. The hallway was empty, silent, beige and fluorescent, stretching left and right like a tunnel. On my doormat sat a matchbook, off-white, cheap, unbranded. A single black half-moon smudge pressed into the spine like a thumbprint. Next to it was a small folded note, the paper stiff like it had been cut from a pad and handled carefully. 2 words in block print, evenly spaced, almost polite. Stay warm. I stood there staring at it while my brain tried to refuse what my eyes were showing it. My mouth went dry. My hands went hot and then numb. For a moment, I was back on the ice, watching a woman smile for half a second before the gun appeared. I picked up the matchbook with 2 fingers like it was contaminated. The mark did not smear. It never did. I unfolded the note and ran my thumb along the letters, testing if it was fresh ink. It was dry, set, deliberate. Anger hit me so suddenly it felt like nausea. Not heroic anger, not righteous anger. The ugly kind that comes from being toyed with, from realizing you are still on someone else's schedule. I shut the door, locked it, and stood with my back against it, breathing too fast. Megan had told me not to live like this. My co-workers had told me I looked tired. I had told myself I was spiraling, and now I had a matchbook in my hand that had no right to be inside my building at 12:23 a.m. I called the police. I did not call in a dramatic panic. I tried to sound calm, like a responsible adult reporting something rational. My voice still shook. "Yes, hi," I said. "I'm in an apartment building on..." I gave the address. "Someone just slid something under my door. It's a note and an object. It's connected to an incident we had upstate. I think someone is targeting me." The dispatcher asked questions in that neutral, slightly bored tone that makes you feel like you are wasting their time. "Did you see anyone?" "No." "Did they threaten you directly?" "The note says, 'Stay warm.' It's..." I stopped, because explaining the context made me sound insane. "Is anyone actively trying to break in right now?" "No, but..." "Any weapons involved at this moment?" "No." The pause that followed was full of implication. Not malicious, just procedural. Like my fear did not fit into the right category. "We can send an officer to take a report," the dispatcher said. "But if no one is there and no one attempted entry, it may be considered harassment." Harassment, like a prank, like a nuisance. "Please," I said, and hated myself for that word again. "Just, please send someone." 2 officers showed up about 40 minutes later. They stood in my doorway with the same tired posture I remembered from the lake house. Different uniforms, same vibe. The younger one looked at the matchbook like it was litter. The older one read the note, then handed it back like he did not want to touch it longer than necessary. "Do you have enemies?" the older officer asked. "No," I said. "I got divorced. I work in a warehouse. I don't have enemies." The younger officer shrugged slightly. "People do weird stuff," he said. "Could be kids." "Kids with unbranded matchbooks and the same handwriting?" I snapped, then forced myself to breathe. "I have a camera. I installed it because I've been hearing things. It should have recorded whoever did this." The older officer nodded toward my phone. "Let's see." I pulled up the footage. The camera app showed the hallway timeline like a neat little story. Motion detected, recording saved. I tapped the event from 12:23 a.m. The video loaded. The corridor appeared, empty and perfectly still. The fluorescent light buzzed. The frame looked normal, boring, safe. Then, 2 seconds in, the image broke. Not like a full blackout. More like the video stuttered and smeared into blocks, the way cheap digital footage does when it cannot decide what it is seeing. The compression artifacts crawled across the screen in gray squares. The hallway light warped. The image turned briefly into a mosaic. The glitch lasted less than a second. Then the hallway returned to normal. Still empty. No person, no shadow, no movement. Just the digital hiccup, right at the moment the paper should have slid under my door. The younger officer made a small sound, like a scoff. "Could be your Wi-Fi," he said. "Play it again," I said. He raised an eyebrow but did not argue. I rewound and hit play. The same thing happened. Empty corridor, then the odd compression glitch. Too clean, too timed, then empty corridor again. I stared at it until my eyes hurt. The footage was a perfect visual lie. It showed nothing and still admitted something had happened. Then I noticed the audio icon. I turned the volume up. The hallway had its own background sound. A faint electrical hum, distant building noise, the soft hush of air moving through vents. It was quiet, but it was there. I rewound once more and leaned closer to the phone. Empty corridor, buzzing fluorescent, and right at the exact moment the image turned into blocks. The audio caught a sound that did not belong in my apartment building. A short mechanical whine, high and tight, like a small engine turning over, like a starter catching for half a second. It was faint, but it was unmistakable if you had heard it on a frozen lake at midnight. Start, a thin whine, then cut. I felt my stomach drop so hard it made my knees weak. The older officer listened, head tilted slightly, then looked at me with the careful face people use when they do not want to validate something they cannot solve. That could be a lot of things, he said. It's the same sound, I whispered. It's the same sound that woke me up in New York. The younger officer shifted his weight, uncomfortable. Sir, he said gently, like he was talking to someone on the edge. We can take the note as evidence. We can file the report. But without a suspect, without a clear threat, without something the snow could not erase, I thought. Without something digital compression could not swallow. They left after 10 minutes. Polite, dismissive, gone. I stood in my kitchen with the matchbook and the note on the table, staring at the black smudge as if it might change shape. The fridge hummed. The HVAC clicked. A neighbor laughed too loudly through the wall. And in the spaces between those normal sounds, my brain kept replaying that half second of audio like a warning. A tiny engine trying to start, right outside my door in Albany, at 12:23 a.m. again. 4.3, the missing second. The next day, in the cold light of morning, I tried to convince myself I had overreacted. That is what daylight does. It makes the same hallway look harmless. It makes the same door look like a door again, not a boundary. It makes you feel embarrassed for how your body behaved at night. Like fear is something you should be able to apologize for and move past. Then I opened the camera app again. I watched the clip at 12:23 a.m. until I could recite it like a prayer. Empty corridor, fluorescent buzz, beige carpet, still air. Then the image breaks into blocks for less than a second. Then the image returns. No person, no shadow, no arm sliding paper under my door. Just a glitch that appears exactly where the matchbook did. I had noticed the compression artifacting the first night. What I had not noticed, what I did not want to notice because it made the whole thing feel designed, was the timestamp. The clip had a time readout in the corner. It was supposed to be continuous, a simple sequence of seconds. I played it again and stared at that tiny clock like it was a lie detector. 12:23:14, 12:23:15. The video stuttered, and when it returned, the corner read 12:23:17, a clean jump, a missing second. Not a blur, not a slowed frame, a gap, a blink. I rewound and watched it again, slower, the same jump. I watched it in full screen. I watched it with my nose almost touching the phone. I watched it on my laptop, hoping a bigger screen would reveal a shoe or a sleeve at the edge. Nothing. Just the missing second, sitting there like someone had cut it out with scissors. My hands started to sweat. I dried them on my jeans and kept watching anyway. I called the support line for the camera brand during my lunch break at work, sitting in the warehouse break room with the microwave humming and someone's chips crunching too loud in the corner. I kept my voice low because even saying it out loud made me feel like a conspiracy guy. The support rep sounded cheerful in a way that made my stomach turn. "Video buffering is normal," she said after I explained. "If your Wi-Fi signal drops even briefly, the device may skip a second while resyncing." "I have the note," I said, too fast. "I have the matchbook. It appeared during that 1-second skip." "I understand," she said, the same tone people use when they do not understand at all. "But what you are describing sounds like a connection issue." "It happens exactly at the moment something is placed at my door," I said. "Motion events can trigger higher bitrate recording," she replied, reading off a script she had read 1,000 times. "If bandwidth is limited, the stream may appear to jump." I stared at the vending machine glass across the break room. My reflection looked tired and slightly unreal. "So you're telling me the most important moment is the moment it buffers," I said. "I am telling you it is normal," she said gently. "We recommend placing your router closer to the door or using a Wi-Fi extender." When I hung up, I felt worse than before. Because if it was truly normal buffering, then the world was even colder than I thought. It meant I had paid for peace of mind and gotten a device that would fail at the exact moment I needed it most. But I did not believe that was what happened. Not because I think technology is magic. The opposite. I know how cheap devices fail. I know what a lag looks like. I know what a dropped connection looks like. This was too clean. This was a single second removed like a perfect edit. That night, I started running experiments like I was trying to win an argument with reality. I turned off Wi-Fi for a few minutes and turned it back on, watching the camera feed to see if it would stutter. It froze for longer than a second and then returned with a messy hiccup, the kind that looked like real network interruption. Not the same. I reset the router. I rebooted the camera. I moved the router closer to the entryway until it sat awkwardly on a shelf by the door like a small plastic guard dog. I watched the signal strength bar like it meant anything. Not the same. I tried forcing the camera to record for long stretches, hoping I could catch a random jump and tell myself it was coincidence. I left it running while I showered, while I cooked, while I slept. The footage was smooth, boring, continuous, not the same. That is what made it worse. The more I tested, the more the missing second stood out as the only missing second that mattered. It was not reproducible. It was not random. It was selective. A few nights later, I sat at my kitchen table with the matchbook in front of me, the one from my doormat. I had put it in a Ziploc bag like it was evidence, because I did not know what else to do. The black smudge stared through the plastic like an eye underwater. I wrote notes in a notebook the way people do when they are trying to stay sane. Time of delivery, 12:23 a.m. Door camera glitch, 1 second missing. Audio, faint engine-like whine. I hated myself as I wrote it, and I kept writing anyway. Because the pattern was becoming the story. I started noticing how often the world blinked around me. A coworker's forklift would beep, then go silent for 1 beat, then resume as if the sound had been cut and pasted. The elevator in my building would whine up the shaft, then pause between floors, then continue, and that pause began to feel like a held breath. My own fridge would cycle off, leaving a brief stillness that made my skin prickle. It was not that I believed the universe was literally skipping time. I'm not saying I saw clocks reverse or rooms teleport. I'm saying something simpler and worse. Whenever something important happened, the world seemed to line up in a way that made the moment harder to capture, harder to prove, easier to doubt later. Like the environment itself was cooperating with whoever wanted me to feel crazy. I kept looking for a rational explanation because I needed one. Buffering, coincidence, a neighbor messing with the Wi-Fi, a prankster, a glitchy camera, a brain trained by trauma to see patterns where there were none. All of those explanations lived in my head like little competing tenants. Then one night, the building got quiet again, not the usual background quiet, not the low hum of late-night life, a cleaner quiet, the kind that arrives when multiple things stop at once. The refrigerator compressor clicked off. The HVAC paused between cycles. My neighbor's TV, which had been murmuring through the wall all evening, went dead silent like someone had hit power. Even the hallway seemed to stop breathing. For 1 second, my apartment was so still I could hear my own pulse in my ears and the faint electric ring of the fluorescent light over the stove. That blank second opened like a door, and in it, I heard a soft scrape outside. Not inside my apartment. Outside my door in the hallway. A slow, careful sound, like something being dragged lightly across carpet, like paper or the edge of a shoe or a thin object being set down with intention. My body went cold all at once. I did not move. I did not reach for the handle. I did not check the peephole. I stared at the door and waited for the world to make noise again, because I had learned something I hated. The blink is when it happens, and whatever is doing it knows exactly how long 1 second can feel when you are listening. Chapter 5. Digging makes it worse. 5. 1. The rabbit hole. Other people, same words. I told myself I was only going to look for an hour. That was the bargain I made with my own brain. Like I could negotiate with obsession the way you negotiate with a craving. 1 hour of searching, 1 hour of trying to find something that would either prove I was not crazy or prove I had a reason to be afraid. Then I would shut the laptop, go to bed, and try to become a normal person again. It was past midnight. My apartment lights were off except for the glow of the screen on the kitchen table. The laptop fan made a steady, private hum, the kind of sound you only notice when you are alone. My fingers clicked across the keys in short bursts, and every time I paused, the room seemed to lean in. The HVAC would go quiet between cycles, leaving a hard little silence that felt sharpened by my attention. The refrigerator compressor ran, then stopped, then ran again, like the building was breathing in a pattern I had started to fear. I began with the obvious. I searched for the lake area, for rental listings, for anything that mentioned snowmobiles, robberies, or winter incidents. I tried different combinations of words like I was working a lock. Snowmobile lake robbery, woman on frozen lake help, upstate rental matchbook, stay warm note. Most of the results were nothing or worse than nothing. Generic safety tips, clickbait articles, comment sections full of jokes. So I went lower. Local forums, community boards, archived posts where people complained about plows or property taxes, small-town Facebook groups that had been scraped and reposted as ugly text dumps, the kind of places where information lives half-buried, not polished into a headline. That is where I found the first mention. It was not a full story, not even close. Just a short comment under a thread about winter rentals. Someone had written, "Anyone else get those weird welcome gifts? Matches plus note? We got one last year and it freaked my wife out." No date, no location tag I could trust. Just that sentence sitting there like a tooth under snow. My pulse picked up anyway. I clicked the profile name, tried to see other posts, but the account was deleted. Of course it was. Online, the people who drop a hint are always the ones who vanish right after, like they were never meant to be found again. I kept scrolling. I found another mention in a different place, a thread about off-season break-ins. Someone joked about the lake lady who cries wolf. Another person replied, "Not funny. My cousin got lured out and robbed. No details, no names, no proof, just enough to make the air in my kitchen feel colder." I went to police blotters next. Not official databases, just the kind of local news sites that repost incident logs with the same dry language. I searched for theft, robbery, harassment, suspicious person. I filtered by winter months. I typed town names I remembered passing on the drive up, then typed them again with different spellings like that would summon a hidden page. Most of it was boring and sad. DUI arrests, domestic disturbances, someone's shed broken into, someone's car found abandoned. Then I found a line that made my stomach tighten. Caller reports unknown female on frozen lake shouting for help. No suspect located upon arrival. Scene obscured by snowfall. That was it. No mention of a gun. No mention of a snowmobile. No mention of stolen items. Just a sterile summary that could have been anything, but I could hear it anyway. "Help me. My boy. Thank God someone's here." I sat back in my chair and listened to the laptop fan hum, the keys quiet under my fingertips. The silence between HVAC cycles stretched, and I caught myself holding my breath like I was waiting for paper to slide under the door again. I kept digging. At some point, I stopped searching for my specific incident and started searching for the shape of it. That was the shift that made everything worse. Because once you stop looking for a single event and start looking for a pattern, your brain becomes a magnet for coincidences. I found a post on a travel forum from a few years back. A couple describing a winter cabin stay, how someone left a cute welcome package, and then how, on the third night, a stranger knocked and asked for help with a child. The couple said they did not open the door. They said the person left. They said they felt silly after, like they had overreacted. In the replies, one person wrote, "Stay warm. That's what the note said, right?" I stared at those two words on the screen until the letters started to look unreal, like they belonged to someone else's language. Stay warm. The phrase had been a suggestion on paper, then a joke on ice, then a note on my doormat. Now it was appearing in a thread written by a stranger who had no reason to know it. I clicked. I copied. I saved screenshots. I built a small folder on my laptop labeled with the kind of neat, careful name that makes you feel in control. Incidents. Inside, I piled up fragments like evidence, screenshots of comments, snippets of archived posts, blurred photos of matchbooks on tables, a grainy image someone had posted of a note that looked too similar to mine. Block print, evenly spaced, polite like a mask. But it was never clean. Nothing I found was a perfect match. No single story lined up with every detail. Every post was missing something. The snowmobile, the gun, the matchbook, the camera glitch, the exact phrase. It was like the pattern was real but scattered on purpose, broken into pieces so no one could hold the full shape at once, just enough to rot your brain. Around 2 a.m., I found a longer account buried in a community forum that looked half dead. The person wrote about staying at a lakeside rental in winter, receiving a welcome gift that did not match the host's style, and then being woken by a strange engine sound on the lake. They wrote about a woman waving for help. They wrote about stepping outside, then stopping at the edge of the deck because something felt off. They did not go out onto the ice. They said that the woman's crying stopped for a beat, like a switch flipped. And then the woman noticed them hesitating and walked away without a word, back to her snowmobile, disappearing into the storm. The writer ended it with a line that made my skin prickle. Next morning, there was a note on our step, "Stay warm." I read it twice, then a third time. Then I copied the username into a search bar and tried to see if they posted anywhere else. The account was still active. I did not want to message them. I did not want to drag another person into my mental swamp. But I also could not stop my hands. I sent a short message, careful and polite, like I was approaching a wild animal. "I read your post about the lake rental. Something similar happened to me. Did you ever report it? Did you get any footage? I'm trying to understand if this is connected." I stared at the sent message like it was a grenade I had just rolled under someone's door. Minutes passed. The laptop hum filled the kitchen. The refrigerator cycled. The HVAC clicked on, then off, leaving that harsh gap again. Then my inbox refreshed. A reply appeared. It was one sentence, and it did not answer my questions. "Delete this message and do not contact me again." No greeting, no context, no explanation, just a hard line. I read it, and something cold slid down my spine, not because they were rude, but because they sounded afraid, not annoyed, terrified. I typed back before I could stop myself. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, I just..." Before I could send it, a second message arrived. "Please, they watch for people who dig. Just stop." My fingers hovered over the keys. The cursor blinked in the empty reply box like a heartbeat. The laptop fan seemed louder suddenly, like it was straining to keep up. I looked toward my front door without meaning to, as if the person who sent that message could somehow be standing outside it, hearing my thoughts through the crack. I closed the laptop, not gently, not with care. I snapped it shut like I could trap the words inside. The kitchen went darker. The fan noise stopped. The sudden quiet after the screen went black felt heavy, like the room had been relying on that glow as an excuse not to show me what else was there. I sat there listening to the building again. Pipes settling, distant elevator movement, a neighbor's muted TV, waiting for the systems to align into that 1 second dead quiet. Because now the story was not just that a woman had robbed me on a frozen lake. The story was that other people had seen the same bait, heard the same words, and learned the same lesson. And the ones who tried to connect the dots were the ones who sounded the most afraid. 5.2. Return to the lake town. I told Megan I needed closure. That was the word I used because it sounded healthy. It sounded like something a therapist would approve of. It sounded like a reason that would not make her look at me the way she had been looking at me lately, like she was watching someone slowly misplace himself. The truth was uglier. I needed to see if the place felt normal in daylight again. I needed to see if my fear would shrink when I put it back into its original frame. And a darker part of me needed to know if the pattern would show itself when I went looking for it, like tapping on glass to see what taps back. Megan did not want to come. "I don't understand why you would go back," she said, arms folded, standing in my kitchen while I packed a small bag like I was going on a work trip. "What are you going to do? Ask the lake if it's sorry?" "It's not the lake," I said. She held my eyes for a long moment, then exhaled like she was letting go of an argument she did not have the energy to keep having. "Fine," she said. "Go. But don't drag me into it. And don't do anything stupid." I promised I would not, and that promise was thin as paper. I drove up alone on a gray morning when the sky looked like wet concrete. The farther north I went, the more the world emptied. Albany fell behind me, then the familiar exits, then stretches of road where the only signs of life were gas stations and plowed turnoffs. The radio faded in and out. The cell signal did the same. At one point, I turned the music off entirely and listened to the car itself. Engine tone, tires on salted asphalt, the occasional click of the heater. The silence felt intentional. The town near the lake looked even smaller in daylight than it had in my memory. A few main buildings clustered along one road. A diner, a hardware store, a grocery with a tired sign, a post office with a flag that snapped in the cold wind. Everything looked normal enough to make me feel embarrassed. Then I turned onto the lake road and saw the shore again, and my stomach tightened like my body recognized it before my mind did. Off-season had turned the place into a ghost neighborhood. Lake houses sat dark behind snowbanks, driveways unplowed, decks piled with white like frosting. No wake signs leaned at angles, half buried. The marinas were closed, gates chained, docks empty. The lake itself was a flat sheet of pale gray, ice hidden under snow in some places, exposed in others where wind had scoured it smooth. I drove slowly, not because I was sightseeing, but because I was watching. Every pull-off, every side road, every line of trees where someone could park out of sight. I kept checking my rearview mirror, not because I saw anything, but because I could not stop. The boat ramp was easier to find than it should have been. The police had described it like it was a minor detail, an old access point on the far side. In my head, I imagined something remote and difficult. What I found was a narrow road that dipped off the main route, barely marked, a small sign half covered with snow, a set of tire tracks that looked like they belonged to maintenance trucks or locals who knew exactly where to go. I followed it down. The trees closed in, dense and quiet. Snow muffled the world again. The car tires crunched over packed ice. The road ended at a small clearing, and beyond it was the ramp, concrete sloping down into the lake, cracked with age but still usable. A place that would be invisible in summer behind leaves, but in winter stood out like a clean path to the water. I got out and stood there with my hands in my pockets, staring at the ramp like it was an answer. It made perfect sense. A snowmobile could be unloaded here without anyone seeing. A trailer could be backed down quickly. A machine could be on the ice in minutes. In a storm, with snow falling hard and visibility low, the ramp would be a doorway no one thought to watch. I walked closer and looked for signs, tracks, scuffs, anything. It was useless. Snow had been falling off and on for days. The concrete was dusted with white. The edges softened. Even if she had been here last week, winter had already erased her footprints the way it erased everything else. I stood at the end of the ramp and looked out across the lake toward the cluster of houses on the opposite shore. From here, I could see the stretch of ice where the snowmobile would have traveled. I could see how close the rental houses were, how easy it would be to stop in front of one and wait. I could even see how the storm would have carried sound across the surface, how a cry for help could feel immediate even from far away. I hated how clear it looked. Not supernatural, not impossible, just practical. I drove back into town afterward and tried to ask questions like a normal person, which was my second mistake. I went into the hardware store first. It smelled like paint and rubber boots. A bell rang when I opened the door. An older man behind the counter looked up, nodded, and went back to whatever he was doing. I bought nothing. I pretended to browse and then asked casually, like it was a curiosity. "Hey," I said, "do people ride snowmobiles out on the lake much?" He shrugged. "Some do." "Ever hear about anyone getting robbed out there?" I asked, keeping my tone light. "Someone using a fake distress call?" His eyes flicked up to mine for half a second, then away. "Never heard of it," he said, too quickly. I tried the grocery next. I bought a bottle of water and a pack of gum because standing in line with nothing in your hands makes you look suspicious. The cashier was a woman in her 40s with tired eyes. She smiled politely, scanned my items, and asked if I needed a bag. As she did, I noticed a bulletin board by the entrance. Old flyers and notices were pinned under curling plastic sheets. Missing pets. Yard sales from months ago. A notice about small thefts in the area. A church fish fry that had already passed. And one flyer that did not fit. It was a single sheet of plain paper. No contact number, no photo. Just block letters in thick black marker. Stay warm, no context. No explanation. Not stay warm this winter. Not a community reminder. Just the phrase, a taunt. My stomach turned. I walked closer and stared at it, reading it like it might change if I looked long enough. The letters were the same style as the note I had found on my doormat. The spacing felt similar, clean and deliberate, like someone trying to look friendly while doing something mean. A woman pushing her cart past me glanced at the board, then at me, then away. The movement was small, but it made me feel suddenly obvious, like I was standing under a spotlight. I turned back to the cashier and forced myself to ask as calmly as I could. That note on the board, stay warm. Do you know who put it up? The cashier's smile did not change, but her eyes hardened a fraction. Probably some kid, she said. People put junk up there all the time. It's been there long? I asked. She slid my receipt toward me. Couldn't tell you, she said, tone polite, meaning, stop asking. I left the store with my water and gum and the phrase burning in my head like a brand. Outside, the parking lot was half icy, half slushy. Cars sat in neat rows under a pale sky. It looked like any other small-town grocery lot. Then I noticed the car. It was parked near the far edge, away from the entrance. A dark sedan. No headlights. No interior light. Engine running, though. I could see the faint shimmer of exhaust in the cold air. The subtle vibration of the hood. Someone sat inside. I could not see their face because the windows were tinted and the angle was wrong. At first, I told myself it was someone warming up before driving. People do that in winter. They sit with the heater running. They scroll on their phone. They wait for someone inside. But the car did not move. I stood by my own vehicle and pretended to fumble with my keys, watching from the corner of my eye. 30 seconds passed. A minute. The sedan stayed still, engine idling, headlights off. A warm-up turns into a departure. This was just waiting. My pulse picked up. My mouth went dry. Every nerve in my body started searching for the next sound. The thin whine of a small engine, the scrape of paper, the click of a lockbox being repositioned. I climbed into my car quickly and shut the door hard. The sound echoed too loud in the cold. I started the engine and pulled out of the spot, forcing myself not to look directly at the sedan. The moment I turned the wheel and passed it, my eyes flicked over anyway. I still could not see who was inside, but I saw something that made my hands tighten on the steering wheel. A point of pale paper on the dashboard, a small rectangle tucked near the windshield. A note, maybe, or something else. I drove out of the lot and did not stop until I was back on the main road, heading away from the lake, away from the bulletin board, away from the hidden ramp. In my rearview mirror, the sedan remained parked, engine still running, headlights still off. And the worst part was the thought that settled in my chest as the town disappeared behind me. Maybe the point was not to rob me. Maybe the point was to teach me that once I started looking, I would never be able to stop feeling watched again. 5.3. The matchbook source. Not a brand, a signal. I did not get the answer from a detective. I did not get it from a headline or a police report or some neat thread online where strangers linked sources and built a case. I got it the way most ugly truths arrive. Sideways, quietly. From someone who did not even realize they were handing me something sharp. 2 days after I drove back to the lake town, I found myself in a small marina office on the outskirts. Closed for the season, but a few lights on, a few trucks parked out front. I told myself I was just asking about snowmobile access, about the boat ramp, about how the lake works in winter. I told myself I was gathering harmless context. The truth was, I was hunting for a human voice that would not shrug me off. The office smelled like damp rope and old coffee. Posters of fishing tournaments curled on the walls. A little space heater clicked and blew lukewarm air under a desk. Behind the counter sat an older man in a fleece jacket, gray hair sticking out from under a cap with a faded logo. He looked like he had lived near water his entire life. Sun damage, rough hands, the patient expression of someone who has fixed 100 small mechanical problems and does not panic easily. He glanced up as I came in, gave me a neutral nod. "Can I help you?" he asked. I started with something normal, something that would not make me sound like a man chasing ghosts. "I stayed at a rental on the lake a couple weeks ago," I said. "Winter stay, and I was wondering, how common is it for people to ride snowmobiles out on the ice at night?" He snorted softly. "At night?" He shook his head. "Depends on how dumb they are." I forced a half laugh. "Right, yeah, I guess that's fair." He looked at me longer, as if he could tell there was more behind the question. I did not like how accurately he saw me. I felt suddenly transparent. I cleared my throat and said, "We got a weird welcome gift when we arrived. Matches, a note, and later, there was this woman out on the ice calling for help." The words came out too fast, like a confession. I could not stop them. The older man's face did something small. Not shock, not disbelief, recognition. It was faint, just a tightening around the eyes. But it was enough to make my stomach drop because it confirmed the thing I had been trying to deny. He had heard of it. He leaned back slightly in his chair and stared past me at the window, where the lake sat gray and flat under winter light. For a second, he did not speak. Then he said carefully, "You call the cops?" "Yes," I said. "They came. Snow erased everything. They found the boat ramp on the far side and said she probably launched there." He nodded slowly, like I was describing a routine. "Yeah." I felt my jaw tighten. "So you have heard about it." The older man's eyes returned to mine, and his expression hardened into something that looked like irritation. Not at me, but at the idea of talking. "You didn't hear it from me," he said. That line hit me like a slap. It was not dramatic. It was not even threatening. It was worse. It was the voice of someone who had learned that speaking about certain things does not help you. It only marks you. I took a slow breath. "I'm not trying to start trouble," I said. "I just need to understand. The matchbooks, those aren't branded. They keep showing up. We saw them in a diner bowl. I found one on my doormat in Albany, same mark, same words." The older man's mouth tightened. He glanced toward the door, then toward the back hallway of the office, as if checking if anyone else was around. Then he said, low, "Those matchbooks ain't from here." "What do you mean?" I asked. He tapped his fingers on the counter once, like he was deciding whether to keep going. "I mean, they're not commercial, not from a restaurant, not from a bar. No local prints that plain. "So where are they from?" I asked. He shrugged, but it was not a shrug of ignorance. It was a shrug of unwillingness. "Bulk," he said. "You can buy 'em by the case. Plain cardboard, cheap." My throat tightened, and someone drops them off. He gave me a look like he was weighing how much truth my face could handle. "People like bowls of matches," he said, voice flat. "They think it's quaint, old-timey, looks harmless. Some places keep 'em for candles, fireplaces. Some rentals leave 'em in drawers. Folks see a matchbook and they don't think twice." A cold understanding started forming in my head, piece by piece. "It's a signal," I said quietly. He did not confirm it directly. He did not need to. The silence did it. "Back in the day," he said after a moment, "there were scams. Not just here, everywhere there's weather. You do the right thing, you get punished for it." "What kind of scams?" I asked, even though I already knew. He exhaled through his nose, annoyed at the memory. "Fake distress," he said. "Someone screams for help. Someone says there's a kid. Someone waves from the ice. They count on the do-gooder, the one who thinks, 'If I don't go, I'll never forgive myself.'" My stomach turned, not because it was new information, but because it was finally being spoken by a person who lived there. "So the matchbooks," I started. He cut me off gently. "The matchbook ain't the weapon," he said. "It's the test." The word test landed heavy. "A test for what?" I asked. He looked at me again, and this time his eyes were not dismissive. They were tired, like he had watched too many people step into traps that were shaped like virtue. "If you keep it," he said slowly, "you're the kind who accepts the gift. You don't question. You bring it inside. You leave it in a drawer. That tells whoever's doing it something about you." My mouth went dry. "And if you mention it?" I asked. His gaze flicked toward the door again. "Then you reveal yourself," he said. "You tell them you noticed. You tell them you're still thinking about it." A pulse of cold went through my chest. The matchbook was not just a souvenir. It was bait. It made you part of the script. I stood there, trying to keep my breathing even. My brain kept replaying the woman's question on the ice. "Do you still have those matches?" She was not asking. She was confirming. "How would they know who's staying in a rental?" I asked, voice tight. "How would they know when to do it? How would they know anything?" The older man did not answer immediately. He scratched at his beard, eyes narrowing. "It takes timing," he said finally. "It takes knowing which houses are occupied. Takes access to the schedule, maybe, or someone watching the driveway, or someone who can see which lights are on." He paused. "People talk, cleaners talk, maintenance talks, neighbors notice out-of-town plates. It ain't hard to know who's there if you're local and you're patient." "Not alone," my brain supplied, uninvited, because the operation required too much. A package placed at the right house, a snowmobile launched from a hidden ramp, a woman acting, someone else watching the house lights, the timing, the reaction, a person who could do the disappearing act cleanly. I swallowed. "You think it's more than one person?" He did not say yes. He did not say no. He just gave me a look that felt like a warning. "Some things work better with two," he said. I thanked him and left, because my legs suddenly felt unsteady, and I did not want to stand in that office any longer, soaking in truth like cold water. Outside, the air smelled like snow and old lake water. The marina docks were empty, boards slick with ice. The shoreline looked peaceful in a way that made my skin crawl. because I now understood how easily peace could be used as a mask. I drove back toward the rental area without meaning to, like my body had decided it needed to see the stage again. By the time the light started fading, I found myself parked near the lake road, engine off, sitting in silence with my hands on my thighs. The world outside the windshield was gray-blue. The lake was a flat plain. Then, from somewhere across the ice, I heard it. The exact same mechanical whine. Small engine. Starter catching. A thin, rising note. Start. Hold. Cut. The sound traveled cleanly in the cold air, slicing across the lake like a line drawn with a blade. My chest tightened. I turned my head slowly, scanning the shoreline, the ramp area, the trees. I looked for a headlight, a moving dot, a dark shape. Nothing. No snowmobile, no person, no light. Just the sound, delivered and then removed, like proof designed to exist only in your ears. I sat there with the heater off, breath fogging the windshield, listening for it to happen again. It did not. The lake stayed still, and the quiet returned so smoothly it felt rehearsed. And that was when the final twist landed in my mind, with a kind of cold clarity that made me feel sick. The matchbook was not a brand. It was a signal that you had been noticed. And if you were hearing the whine across the lake when you could not see anything, it meant the people behind it were close enough to remind you whenever they wanted. Close enough to choose when the world would blink. Chapter 6. Megan was not telling me everything. 6.1. Relationship fracture. You're scaring me. Megan did not leave me all at once. It happened the way winter happens. Slow, steady, quiet at first. Then suddenly you look up and realize everything is covered, and you do not remember the moment it started. After the lake, she wanted to move forward like the incident was a closed file. A bad thing that happened. A story to tell friends in careful tones. A lesson about not trusting strangers. She wanted to put it behind us the way people do when they are trying to protect the shape of their life. I could not. Not after the note at my door. Not after the missing second of footage. Not after the matchbooks in the diner bowl. Not after the marina guy's tired eyes and the way he said, "You didn't hear it from me." I started to speak less around Megan because every conversation turned into the same wall. If I brought up the pattern, she said I was spiraling. If I tried to describe what it felt like, the world blinking at the exact wrong moments, she looked at me with a mix of worry and frustration, as if she was watching someone talk himself into sickness. "You're scaring me," she said one night in my apartment. And the way she said it was almost worse than anger. We were standing in the kitchen. The sink was full of dishes because neither of us had the energy to do them. The overhead light buzzed faintly. The refrigerator hummed and then paused, leaving that brief stillness that made my skin tighten. I had been talking again. I do not even remember how it started. Something about the camera, something about the note, something about the way the audio caught the mechanical whine. Megan held her arms tight across her chest, shoulders hunched as if she was cold. She was wearing one of my sweatshirts, but it hung on her differently now, like she did not belong in it. "I'm not trying to scare you," I said. "I'm trying to explain why I can't just drop it." "You can," she snapped, voice rising in the small space. "You're choosing not to." "That's not fair," I said, and I heard the edge in my own tone. Megan's eyes flashed. "Fair?" she repeated. "I'm the one who had to watch you walk out on that ice like you were hypnotized. I'm the one who sat there listening to the wind and thinking I'd see you fall through. I'm the one who's had to listen to you talk about matchbooks like they're a curse." I flinched at that word because it felt too accurate. "It's not a curse," I said. "It's a system. That's what makes it worse." Megan stared at me like she did not recognize my face in that moment. "You sound insane," she said quietly. Silence dropped between us like a heavy object. It was not the peaceful kind of silence. It was the kind that makes the room feel larger and emptier. The kind that turns the refrigerator hum into an accusation and the HVAC click into punctuation. After that, our fights became circular. She would say I was obsessed. I would say she was minimizing. She would say I was turning it into something bigger because I needed something to focus on after the divorce. I would say she was trying to pretend it never happened because admitting the truth would change her idea of safety. And the worst part was that both of us were partly right. One night, after Megan left in anger, I sat alone on my couch and replayed the lake incident in my head until it felt like a film worn thin from rewinding. The woman's coat, the braid, the way she positioned herself to make me walk closer. The moment her crying stopped like an actor missing a cue. And above all, the confidence. That was the detail that kept scratching at me. She had not been improvising. She had not been guessing. She had spoken like she knew, like she had been waiting for me specifically, not just any stranger in a rental. "Do you still have those matches?" Not a question, a confirmation. It implied a timeline, a setup, a hand that had touched my world before I arrived at the lake house. I kept thinking, how did she know we were there? Then, without meaning to, I did something I hated myself for doing. I opened Megan's social media. It started as a stupid impulse, the kind you justify as curiosity. I told myself I was not snooping. I told myself I was checking something that could help. I told myself that if the answer existed, it might be right there in plain sight, and not seeing it would be irresponsible. Her profile was mostly normal. Photos with friends, holiday posts, little glimpses of her life that felt too clean compared to the noise in my head. Then I scrolled back to the week of the trip. I did not find a photo of the lake house, not a clear one at least. Nothing tagged, nothing obvious. But I did find a gap, a space where there should have been a story highlight or a post she had mentioned at the time. Something about how pretty it looked when we arrived. I searched her account again for the word lake. Nothing. Then I checked the small archive feature, something I had never cared about before. The place where deleted posts sometimes leave footprints in the form of comments or likes, still visible through notifications. That is where I saw it. Not the full post, just the evidence that there had been one. A friend comment under an unavailable story. "OMG, where are you?" Followed by a snowflake emoji. My chest tightened. I clicked. The story was gone, but the comment remained like a shadow. I stared at it, heart pounding, then called Megan before I could lose my nerve. She answered on the third ring. "What?" she said, already guarded. "Did you post something when we got there?" I asked. A pause. A small one. Then she said, "What are you talking about?" "Megan," I said, voice low. "Did you post a story when we arrived at the lake house?" Another pause. Longer this time. "You're checking my social media now?" she asked, and the disgust in her voice hit me like a slap. "Answer me," I said, and I hated how harsh I sounded. "Please." Silence. Then finally she exhaled. "I posted a quick story," she admitted. "A view from the window, snow on the lake. It wasn't tagged." "How long was it up?" I asked. "It wasn't a big deal," she said quickly. "I deleted it." "How long?" I repeated, because my throat felt tight. Megan's voice dropped. I don't know, like 20 minutes? 30? I realized it might be too much info and I took it down. 20 minutes. 30. Long enough for someone local to see it if they were watching for it. Long enough for someone who followed her, or followed someone she knew, or searched the right keywords to connect dots. Long enough to confirm the place before we had even unpacked. My mouth went dry. I could hear her breathing on the line, faster now. Why didn't you tell me? I asked. Because it was nothing, she snapped, defensive. Because I knew you'd do this. You'd take a normal thing and turn it into a conspiracy. I took it down. It's gone. It wasn't gone for the person who needed it, I said, and my voice came out colder than I intended. Megan went quiet. Then she said softly, "You're scaring me again." I sat there in my kitchen, phone pressed to my ear, staring at the door camera feed on the table. The hallway looked empty, beige, safe, a lie. In the silence after our fight, my apartment felt like a predator's mouth. Quiet, waiting, full of ordinary sounds that had started to mean too much. I didn't want to make you angry, Megan said after a long beat, and I didn't want to feel guilty. Guilt. That word landed heavy, because it meant she had known the whole time that the post could matter. She had deleted it because she had felt the risk, even if she did not want to admit it. And now I could not stop imagining the timeline. We arrive. She posts the view. Someone sees it. Someone confirms the location. Someone checks the schedule or drives by. Someone leaves the package with the matches and the note. The woman on the ice was confident because she had not been guessing. She had been watching. Megan hung up soon after, saying she needed space. When the call ended, the quiet in my apartment expanded. The refrigerator compressor shut off. The HVAC paused. My neighbor's TV muffled into nothing. For a beat, the building held its breath. And in that breath, all I could hear was the idea that the breach had started with something small and human and careless. Something as harmless as a snowy lake view shared with friends. Something that lasted only a few minutes. Long enough. 6. 2. The second note. Welcome back. After Megan admitted the story, everything inside me shifted. Not in a cinematic way. Not in a way that made me feel powerful or enlightened. It shifted the way a loose tooth shifts when you finally touch it. Suddenly, you cannot stop feeling it with your tongue. Suddenly, every bite reminds you something is wrong. Because it meant the breach was not theoretical. It meant our location had been available before we even knew we were vulnerable. It meant the package on the lake house step could have been placed because someone knew we were coming, not because someone was fishing randomly for any renter with a soft heart. And if it could happen once, it could happen again. That realization did not make me calmer. It made me practical in a way that scared me. The first night after the call with Megan, I slept with every light on. Kitchen light, bathroom light, the lamp in the corner of my living room. Even the stove clock felt too dim, so I left the overhead on like I was hosting a party for nobody. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the building's sounds, the elevator cables whining faintly, pipes settling, a neighbor coughing, waiting for that 1 second where everything lined up into nothing. It still came. Light does not stop silence. Around 12:23 a.m., the systems aligned again. My fridge paused. The HVAC held. The neighbor TV thumped once, then fell silent like a mouth closing. In that 1 second dead quiet, my body tensed so hard my teeth hurt. I did not hear paper slide. I did not hear a snowmobile. I did not hear footsteps. But when the fridge kicked on again, I realized my hands were shaking anyway, because now the fear was not tied to a specific sound. It was tied to the gap itself. The next night, I did the opposite. I turned everything off. No TV, no fan, no lamp, no kitchen light. I wanted the darkness because part of me believed, irrationally, that if I stripped the apartment down to nothing, no distractions, no comforting noise, I might finally catch something in the act. I might force the pattern to reveal itself cleanly. I lay on the couch in complete darkness, eyes open, watching the faint outline of my front door. The only light was the green glow of the stove clock in the kitchen and the dim, periodic blink of my cheap door camera when it detected motion in the hallway. The darkness made the apartment feel larger, like the walls had stepped back. It made every small sound louder. The refrigerator hum felt like a low animal noise. The building's ventilation felt like breathing that did not belong to me. Somewhere after midnight, I drifted, not asleep, not awake. That thin, dangerous place. Then I heard it, paper sliding, soft, controlled, just under my door. The sound was so specific it made my stomach drop instantly. My body moved before my mind formed language. I was off the couch in one motion, crossing the room barefoot, heart hammering, breath stuck. I did not open the door. I crouched and looked at the bottom seam. A thin strip of white showed against the black edge of the doormat. I stared at it for a full 10 seconds, waiting for the hallway to reveal itself with movement. Footsteps retreating, elevator dinging, anything, nothing. Only the building's background noises returning, as if the world had been holding still on purpose. I grabbed my phone and opened the camera app. The hallway feed looked empty again. Beige carpet, fluorescent strip light, nothing moving. I opened the door. The hallway was empty. On my doormat sat another matchbook. Same cheap off-white cardboard. Same black smudge on the spine like a pressed fingerprint. This time there was no "stay warm" note. This time the message was different. 2 words. Same block print. Same careful spacing. Welcome back. The phrase hit me with a sick kind of intimacy, like someone had leaned in close enough to whisper. I shut the door and locked it with shaking hands. I held the matchbook in the palm of my hand, like it was a piece of my own skin that had been cut off and returned to me. Welcome back. As if leaving and returning was the point. As if they knew my life now had 2 versions, before the lake and after. I did not call the police this time. Not because I didn't want help, because I knew exactly what they would do. They would file it under harassment. They would tell me to keep my doors locked. They would ask if I had enemies. They would offer a report number and leave me alone with the same beige hallway and the same missing second. Instead, I started building my own little surveillance system, like a man trying to outstare a ghost. I bought a second camera that I mounted inside, facing my front door from the living room. I positioned it so it could see the doormat through the narrow gap when the door opened, and so it would catch any motion in my entryway if someone somehow got inside. I rigged another cheap device to film through my peephole. It was ridiculous and clumsy, an adhesive mount and a small lens attachment that made the image look warped at the edges. But it gave me something the other camera didn't, a tighter view down the hallway. I also downloaded an audio recording app and set my phone on the kitchen counter every night, recording continuously. If the cameras missed the moment, maybe sound would not. That became my routine. Cameras armed, phone recording. Lights either all on or all off depending on what I thought would catch something. And then I would wait. Not for sleep, for evidence. The first few nights after the welcome back matchbook, nothing happened. No paper, no engine whine, no footsteps, just the camera feeds capturing emptiness and the audio recordings capturing the building's ordinary life. HVAC cycles, fridge hum, faint neighbor noise, the occasional elevator cable whine. I started to feel stupid again. That was the trap. The one that makes you drop your guard just enough for the next thing to land. On the fifth night, I woke to nothing. Not a sound, not a knock, not a scrap. Just that feeling you get when your body wakes up before your mind, as if something has changed in the room. I checked the stove clock. 12:23 a.m. Of course it was. My throat tightened. I lay still and listened. The fridge compressor was off. The HVAC was paused. The neighbor TV, which had been murmuring earlier, was silent. The building had fallen into that 1 second dead quiet again. Except this time it felt longer, stretched, as if the systems had synchronized to give the hallway a clean stage. Then I heard it. 2 soft taps. Not on my door, on the wood frame, near the handle. Close enough that I felt it more than heard it. Tap, tap. A careful, gloved sound, a test, a reminder. My entire body went cold. I did not move. I did not breathe. My eyes stayed locked on the door like I could see through it by force. The taps stopped. The fridge clicked on again with a low hum. The HVAC resumed. Sound rushed back into the apartment like water returning to a drained sink. I stayed frozen for a full minute, then reached for my phone with shaking fingers and stopped the audio recording. In the morning, with daylight making everything feel falsely sane, I listened back. Most of it was boring. Soft hums, distant elevator movement, the faint cough of a neighbor. Then, right around 12:23 a.m., the waveform dipped. The room went into that clean quiet, fridge off, HVAC paused, and inside that dip, I heard it. Tap, tap, 2 beats, crisp and close. Not a creak, not a pipe, not a random building noise, a gloved finger on wood. The moment lasted less than a second. Then the world's normal sounds returned. I replayed that tiny segment until my stomach turned. Because now I had what I had wanted. Proof something was happening right at my door. And it did not make me feel safer. It made me feel like I had just confirmed the worst part. Someone had learned the timing of my building's quiet. Someone was using that 1 second blink the way a hunter uses cover. Someone was close enough to welcome me back. 6.3. Megan's confession. Megan came over 2 nights after the welcome back note. Not because things were better, not because she missed me in some romantic way. She came over the way people come to a hospital room. Cautious, quiet, like they are not sure what version of you they are going to find. She knocked once, then stood back from the door like she did not trust it. When I opened it, her eyes flicked automatically to the floor, to the doormat, to the space under the door, as if she had absorbed my fear without wanting to. "You look awful," she said. "I feel awful," I replied. She stepped inside and stood in the entryway, coat still on, hands tucked into her sleeves. Her gaze traveled past me to the living room where the inside camera sat perched on a shelf. Its small lens pointed directly at the front door, like an accusation. "What is all this?" she asked, though she already knew. "It's the only way I can sleep," I said. That was not true. I did not sleep, but I said it anyway because it was easier than explaining that I had turned my nights into stakeouts. Megan swallowed. She looked tired too. Not in the dramatic, crying way. In the quiet way that suggests she had been replaying things in her head as well, trying to edit them into something bearable. We sat at the kitchen table, The same table where I had started writing notes like a man trying to build a case out of scraps. The overhead light buzzed faintly. The fridge hummed. Somewhere in the building, a door shut and the sound traveled through the walls like a dull thump. I slid my phone across the table. "I caught something," I said. Megan stared at the phone like it was a weapon. I played the audio clip. The recording hissed softly with the normal background of my apartment. The HVAC cycle, distant building noise, the faint electric hum of the kitchen light. Then there was that dip, the 1 second dead quiet, and inside it, 2 crisp taps. Tap, tap. Megan's face tightened. Her eyes lifted from the phone to me. Her mouth opened slightly, then closed again like she did not know what to say without making it worse. "Someone is doing this," I said. My voice came out low and flat. "They're not just leaving notes. They're here, in the hallway." Megan's fingers curled around the edge of the table. Her knuckles turned pale. "I didn't want to believe you," she said quietly. I stared at her. "So now you do?" She did not answer immediately. Instead, she took a slow breath and looked down at her hands like she needed to watch them to stay steady. "There's something I didn't tell you," she said. The words made my stomach drop before I even knew what she meant, because my life had become a series of withheld details, missing seconds, deleted stories, glitches, gaps. "What?" I asked, and the harshness in my tone surprised me. Megan flinched. "Don't," she said softly. "Don't get mad, just listen." I forced myself to sit back. The chair creaked, the fridge hummed. The world kept doing normal things while Megan prepared to say something that would change the shape of what I thought I knew. "The first day," she said, "when we arrived, before the package, before we even got the key." My chest tightened. "We were unloading the car," she continued. "You were carrying the cooler. I was standing by the passenger side, and I looked up because I thought I saw movement." My mouth went dry. I could feel my pulse in my throat. "Where?" I asked. Megan lifted her eyes to mine. They looked glossy, not from tears, but from the strain of holding something in too long. "The tree line," she said. "Across the yard, just back there where the woods start." I stared at her, not moving. The air in my kitchen felt colder. "What did you see?" I asked. Megan shook her head, small and quick. "I don't know," she said. "That's the problem. It was just a shape. Dark, tall, for like a second. And then it was gone." "Tall like a deer?" I asked, and my voice sounded strange, too controlled. Megan hesitated. "That's what I told myself," she admitted. "I told myself it was a deer, or a branch moving, or a shadow, because it was broad daylight, and it was ridiculous to think someone was watching us," I finished. Megan swallowed. "Yes," she said, "because you were already fragile. You'd just gotten divorced. You wanted the trip to be a reset. You were finally smiling again. I didn't want to ruin that with a stupid moment in the trees." My hands clenched under the table. "So you didn't tell me," I said. Megan nodded, eyes fixed on the wood grain. "I didn't. I tried to forget it. And then the package was there and I thought, see, I'm being paranoid. It's a cute little gift. It's fine." I felt a tight, bitter laugh build in my throat, but I forced it down. Anger would not help. Anger was too easy. Instead, a colder feeling settled in. Betrayal, but not the kind that comes from blame. Not because Megan caused it, because she had been holding a piece of the truth that I needed, and she had kept it hidden because she was trying to protect me from fear, and now that fear had grown anyway, fattened by uncertainty. Was that it? I asked quietly. Just the tree line? Megan's face tightened again. She looked like she wanted to stop talking and also like she knew she could not. There was something else, she said. I did not speak. I just waited, because waiting had become my specialty. The second night, she said, when you were upstairs showering, I was downstairs in the kitchen. My chest tightened further, like my ribs were closing. I heard something on the deck, she said. Footsteps, just a couple. Slow. The words landed like stones. Footsteps, I repeated. Megan nodded. I froze, she said. I stood there holding a mug and I listened. And then the wind hit the side of the house, and the deck creaked, and I convinced myself it was nothing. I told myself it was the wood settling, the storm, the house making noise. She lifted her eyes to me, and I saw guilt there, sharp and raw, and I told myself again that if I said anything, you'd spiral, she whispered. So I didn't. For a moment, the kitchen seemed to shrink around us. The overhead light buzzed. The refrigerator compressor ran. Everything was normal. Everything was not. I looked at Megan and felt something inside me fracture. Not into yelling, not into crying, but into a cold clarity that made my stomach feel hollow. We were not alone even before the snowmobile. The package was not the beginning. The woman on the ice was not a random opportunist who happened to cross our path. They had been there, watching, testing, waiting for the right moment to pull me out of warmth and onto ice. And if Megan's story about the tree line was true, then the selection had started almost immediately, maybe even before we arrived. Maybe the moment her story went up online, a digital breadcrumb that told the wrong person exactly where to look. That's why she was so confident, I said, mostly to myself. Megan blinked. What? The woman, I said. She wasn't guessing. She knew we were there. She knew I'd come out. She knew. I stopped because my throat tightened around the next thought. She knew I would keep the matchbook. She knew I would accept a gift without questioning it. She knew I would be the kind of man who could be steered with a story about a child. Megan reached across the table as if to touch my hand, then hesitated like she was afraid contact would break something. I'm sorry, she said. I nodded once because I did not trust my voice. After a while, Megan left. Not dramatically, not with a slammed door. She just stood, put her coat on, and looked at me like she wanted to say something that could fix it, and knew there were no words that worked. When the door shut behind her, the apartment felt even quieter. I sat alone in my kitchen and listened to the building settle. Then, right on schedule, the refrigerator clicked off. The HVAC paused. Somewhere, my neighbor's TV went silent. The 1 second dead quiet arrived like a familiar hand on my shoulder. And in that blank second, I heard it. Not outside this time. Not through the door. Not in the hallway. In my head. A small engine turning over. A thin mechanical whine catching for half a heartbeat. Start. Hold. Cut. My brain had been trained. The sound no longer needed to exist in the world to make me afraid. Chapter 7. The 1 second, 7-1. The trap. I wanted to see the blink. By the time I decided to do it, I had stopped pretending I was going to sleep. Sleep was what people did when they believed the night was neutral. Sleep was what you did when your front door was just a door, not a boundary line that kept getting tested. I had spent weeks reacting, jumping at sounds, checking the camera feed like it was a heartbeat monitor, waking up at 12:23 like my body had learned a schedule it never asked for. Collecting matchbooks in Ziploc bags like that was going to protect me from the fact that the important moments kept slipping through the same 1 second crack. The matchbook was not the point anymore. The point was the blink. That synchronized, unnatural moment when my refrigerator, my HVAC, and my neighbor's TV all seemed to pause together, like the building was holding its breath. 1 second of clean silence. 1 second where sound stopped being clutter and became a stage. 1 second where things could happen without being caught. So I decided to stop reacting and start controlling what I could. Not in a brave way, not in a movie way. In the way a tired person finally decides they would rather see the punch coming than keep flinching at shadows. It was a Tuesday night. I remember that because the trash bins were lined up in the hallway and the building smelled faintly like someone had cooked onions too late. I got home from the warehouse with that particular kind of exhaustion where your body feels heavy, but your mind won't shut off. Fluorescent lights still buzzing in my skull. Forklift beeps still echoing in the back of my head. The break room microwave beep still annoying me hours later, as if the sound had followed me home. I did not turn on the TV. I did not put on music. I did not do anything that could muddy the audio. I staged my apartment like a crime scene I was trying to trap in the act. I positioned my cheap door camera outside, aimed down the hallway, and checked the angle until it could see the bottom seam of my door clearly. I put the inside camera on the bookshelf facing the front door, wide enough to catch the handle, the deadbolt, the doormat area if the door opened. I taped my phone to the wall near the peephole so it could record through that warped little lens attachment. The image it captured was ugly, fisheye distortion, grainy edges, but it gave me another angle. Another set of pixels that might refuse to blink at the wrong time. Then I opened an audio recording app and set my second phone on the kitchen table. Screen down, microphone pointed toward the entryway. I tested it by tapping the table softly, by clearing my throat, by walking from the kitchen to the door in slow steps. The waveform spiked. It heard me. Good. I laid my keys on the table in plain view. Not because they mattered, but because I wanted the scene to feel ordinary to whoever might be watching. I left my wallet on the counter like bait too. I hated myself for doing it, because it felt like inviting the universe to play a game I could not win. Then I did the thing that made my skin crawl most. I took one of the unbranded matchbooks, the kind with the black smudge on the spine, and placed it on my doormat outside the door. Intentionally, deliberately, like a flag. I opened the door just enough to set it down, then pulled the door closed and locked it, feeling my heart hammer as if I had just stepped onto the ice again. When the deadbolt clicked into place, the sound felt too loud, too final. Back inside, I sat at the kitchen table and stared at nothing in particular. The apartment lighting was harsh and honest. No cozy lamp glow, just overhead bulbs and the green stove clock like a cheap lighthouse. I began timing the building the way you time a machine. The refrigerator compressor was the easiest to track. It ran in cycles, low hum, slight vibration you could feel through the floor if you rested your heel just right, then a soft easing down into quiet. I watched the seconds on my phone and marked the pattern in my notebook, without thinking too hard about how insane it looked. Fridge cycle, 17 minutes on, 39 minutes off. HVAC was trickier. It depended on the thermostat and the outside temperature, but my unit had a tell. A small click, then a faint rush of air that steadied into a low, consistent hiss. When it shut off, it didn't just stop. It tapered, like a fan coasting down. The neighbor's TV was the wild card. Some nights it was loud until 1. Some nights it clicked off at 11:30 like a person who had work in the morning. That night it was on, but low, mostly muffled voices and occasional bursts of laughter. The bass thump was the part that traveled through drywall. I listened to it like it was part of my experiment. I could also hear the elevator in the building, faintly. A distant mechanical whine, and then a soft, subtle clunk when it stopped at a floor. Every time it moved, I noted it. Not because it mattered, but because I needed to understand the soundscape the way you understand your own breathing. Pipe ticks. That was another layer. Old building pipes settling, making small metallic sounds that used to mean nothing. Now I categorized them automatically. Sharp tick, dull tick, long creak. The fan bearings in my refrigerator made a faint rotational whisper when the compressor ran. The kind of sound you only notice when you are trying to hear everything. And that was the point. I was trying to hear everything so the 1 second nothing would stand out like a hole punched through paper. I did not blink much. My eyes kept flicking to the camera feeds on my phone. Hallway, empty. Door still. Peephole view, warped emptiness. Every few minutes I checked the time. Not because I was waiting for 12:23 exactly, though I was, but because I wanted to know if the building had a rhythm that could be predicted. Around 12:05, the HVS was shut off. The air stopped moving. The sudden quiet made my skin tighten, but the fridge was still humming, and my neighbor's TV was still murmuring. Not the blink. Around 12:11, the fridge clicked off. The hum faded, leaving the apartment just slightly too quiet. But the HVAC had kicked back on, and the neighbor laughed loudly through the wall. Not the blink. I kept waiting, not like a person waiting for sleep, like a person waiting for the exact moment a trap snaps shut. My mouth tasted like stale coffee. My hands kept going cold and then warm again, like my body could not decide whether to fight or freeze. I wrote down another cycle, another click, another pattern that almost lined up but didn't. The longer I sat there, the more I realized how much sound most people ignore. The electric hiss that exists beneath silence. The way your own blood can sound like distant surf when you focus too hard. The way a building never truly stops moving, even when it seems still. Then, close to 12:23, it started to align. The neighbor's TV volume dropped suddenly, as if they had muted it or fallen asleep on the remote. The bass thump vanished. Voices became a faint blur and then stopped entirely. At almost the same moment, my HVAC tapered down, the fan coasting, the soft rush of air thinning into nothing. I held my breath without meaning to. The fridge was still on. A low hum, a steady vibration, the last normal sound inside my apartment that was still running. I stared at the stove clock. The numbers rolled closer. 12:22, 12:23, and right as the minute flipped, the refrigerator compressor eased off with that soft mechanical sigh. The hum stopped. The air stopped. The neighbor's TV stayed silent. The building, for one clean second, went dead. Not quiet, dead. No hum, no hiss, no bass through drywall, no elevator, no pipes. Just the thin electric ring of my own hearing and the weight of my breath stuck in my chest. That was the blink, and in that blink, I understood something with cold certainty. If someone wanted to move, to tap, to slide paper, to stand right outside my door and do whatever they needed to do, this was the moment they would choose. Because it was the only moment where even the smallest sound could be separated from everything else. My cameras were rolling. My phones were recording. My matchbook sat on the doormat like an invitation. I stared at the door handle as if it might turn by itself, and in that 1 second of perfect nothing, something shifted outside, so soft it was almost a thought, like the faintest scrape against carpet, close enough to be real, Then the refrigerator kicked back on with a low hum, and the normal noise flooded back in like a lie. 7.2. The blink happens. The second was cleaner than any silence had a right to be. It did not arrive like normal quiet, the kind that still has a faint electrical hiss and distant life bleeding through walls. It arrived like a switch being thrown. Like the building, the street, the whole stack of apartments around me had agreed, just for a beat, to stop pretending it was alive. My refrigerator eased down and went dead. The HVAC stopped mid-cycle with no taper. My neighbor's TV, which had been a faint murmur earlier, cut out so completely it felt like the wall itself had gone mute. Even the elevator's usual distant whine was absent, as if the cables were holding still, one absolute second, a blank stage. My breath caught high in my chest and stayed there. The cameras were rolling. The phone on the table was recording. The peephole lens was pointed down the corridor. This was what I had been waiting for. And then, inside that perfect nothing, I heard it. Not the scrape of paper, not footsteps, not a voice. A soft mechanical whine, close and intimate like a starter motor catching for a fraction of a second. It was the same kind of sound that had woken me at the lake. The same pitch, the same tight, rising note. But it was not out on frozen ice. It was here, in a building, in a hallway. Close enough that I felt it more than heard it, like vibration through wood. Start, hold, cut. My stomach dropped. My scalp prickled. Every hair on my arms rose. Then the world's normal sounds slammed back in. The refrigerator's low hum returning with a click. The HVAC resuming with a soft rush. Distant life seeping back into the walls like water. And right on the heels of that returning noise came another sound, sharper because it happened so fast. Paper sliding under my door. Not slow, not hesitant. A quick, practiced motion. The cardboard edge scraping the threshold. A soft tap as something settled on my doormat. The timing was so perfect, it felt like choreography. My body lunged before my mind decided. I was up from the chair, feet on the cold kitchen floor, crossing the living room in 2 strides. My hands fumbled for the peephole recording phone like I could somehow use it as a weapon. I leaned into the door and pressed my eye to the peephole. The hallway was empty. The beige carpet ran left and right under fluorescent light. The trash bins lined the wall like always. No shadow moving away. No sneaker heel retreating. No elevator doors sliding shut. Nothing. The emptiness did not feel reassuring. It felt staged. My heart hammered so hard I could hear it over the HVACs. I glanced down at the bottom seam of the door and saw the thin, pale edge of the matchbook now jutting into my apartment like a tongue. I should have stayed inside. I knew that. I knew it the same way you know not to touch a stove burner that is still glowing. Every instinct screamed that the door was a boundary and the hallway was the trap. But something inside me had snapped. Weeks of notes, missing seconds, taps on wood, Megan's confession, the marina guy's warning, the constant sense of being played like a piano key. I wanted to see the blink with my own eyes. I wanted to stop being the kind of man who only collected evidence after the fact. So I unlocked the deadbolt. The click sounded too loud, like a gun cocking. I opened the door. The hallway looked exactly the same as it always did. No figure, no movement, no heavy breath, no woman in a fur coat, no snowmobile helmet. Just fluorescent light and beige carpet and the faint smell of trash bins and someone's laundry detergent. My breath came out in a shaky exhale. I stepped out onto the threshold anyway, scanning left, then right, the way you scan a dark lake surface for cracks. Nothing. My stomach churned with a mix of relief and humiliation. I turned my gaze downward. The matchbook sat on the doormat, half inside my apartment, half out in the hallway, as if it had been shoved through without care. Same cheap cardboard, same black smudge on the spine. No note this time. Just the object, delivered like a punctuation mark. I bent to pick it up and felt my eyes snag on something small on the doorframe. A faint smear on the wood near the latch. Not a scratch, not a chip, not paintwear from years of keys and hands. A smudge, dull and dark, like a gloved thumb had brushed the frame while pushing the matchbook through, leaving behind a trace of whatever was on the glove. My throat went tight. I raised my fingers and touched the smear lightly. It felt dry, slightly tacky, like oil or grime pressed into the grain. It did not wipe away cleanly. It just spread into a thinner stain. My skin crawled, because it meant someone had been close enough to touch my door, close enough to leave a mark, close enough that the whine I had heard, the starter sound, had not been imagination. It had been a signal, delivered from inches away. I stood in the hallway for another second, holding the matchbook, staring left and right again as if the person might appear now that I had acknowledged them. Nothing moved. The building felt normal again, which made it feel wrong. I stepped back inside and shut the door quickly, locking it with shaking hands. The deadbolt slid home with a heavy clunk that did not feel protective anymore. It felt like I was sealing myself into a box. My phone on the kitchen table was still recording. The cameras were still rolling. The peephole feed still showed an empty corridor. And now I had something new, a smear on the latch side wood, like proof that the invisible hand was real. I stood there in my kitchen, matchbook in my palm, listening to the refrigerator hum and the HVAC hiss, waiting to see if the world would blink again, because the worst realization settled over me with a cold, steady weight. They did not need to be seen. They only needed 1 second. 7.3. The cold end. Stay warm. I went back to the kitchen table because I did not know where else to put my body. The hallway had given me nothing I could point to. The cameras had given me angles and timestamps and an empty beige corridor that looked the same no matter what happened in it. The smear near my latch sat there like an insult I could not wash away. The matchbook lay in my palm, light as cardboard, heavy as a verdict. So I did the only thing that still felt like mine. I sat down. I opened my laptop. I put my hands on the keys. The apartment sounded normal again, which meant it sounded wrong. The refrigerator hummed with patient indifference. The HVAC whispered through the vent like a long exhale. Somewhere above, a neighbor shifted furniture, and the floor creaked once, then settled. Down the hall, the elevator cable gave its faint metallic whine, and then stopped with a soft clunk. I kept the door camera feed open in a small window on the screen. I kept the audio recording app running. I kept the peephole recording going. I kept everything rolling, because I had learned that if I stopped watching, the world would choose that moment to blink. My cursor hovered at the end of the paragraph I had been writing to the horror channel. The sentence ended with a period that looked too final, like it was trying to pretend the story had a clean ending. It did not. I stared at the blank line beneath it. My hands trembled slightly above the keys. I told myself, just finish. Just get it all down. If it lives outside your head, maybe it will stop breeding in there. I typed. I wrote about the lake again, because the lake was the origin point even if the pattern had followed me home. I wrote about the matchbooks in the diner bowl. I wrote about the note on my doormat. I wrote about the missing second. I wrote about the taps on my door frame, recorded in that 1 second dead quiet like a heartbeat caught on tape. The more I typed, the calmer I sounded. That is the sick part. The act of describing a thing can make it feel like it belongs to paper instead of to your nervous system. Words can turn panic into evidence. But every time I paused between sentences, the apartment reminded me it was still there, still breathing around me, still waiting for the same timing. The refrigerator clicked off. The room thinned. My stomach tightened. Then the compressor kicked back on, and I forced myself not to flinch. I kept typing. At some point, I realized my throat hurt from holding tension in it. I swallowed, tasted stale coffee and something metallic like fear. I rubbed my palms on my jeans and kept going, and then my eyes drifted to the matchbook on the table. Not the one in my hand, the one that had been sitting near my laptop earlier, the one I had placed there as a reference point in my stupid little experiment. I had set it down deliberately, spine facing up, black smudge on the left side so I could glance at it and know which one it was. I stared at it now and felt my skin go cold. The smudge was on the opposite side. Same matchbook type, same off-white cardboard, same half-moon stain, but the mark was flipped. My first thought was embarrassingly ordinary. Maybe I rotated it. Maybe I moved it without thinking. Maybe in the chaos of grabbing things and locking doors and checking camera feeds, my hands had placed it down the other way. So I tested that thought the way I had started testing everything. I picked it up. I turned it over. I turned it back. The smudge stayed where it was. Right side, not left. Not the orientation I remembered. Not the orientation I had chosen. I sat there holding it between my fingers, trying to force my brain into a rational explanation that did not involve the thing I did not want to admit. Then I noticed something smaller. The edge of the cardboard was slightly more frayed than mine. The little crease near the staple was sharper, like it had been opened and closed more times. It was not the same matchbook. Not just rotated, swapped. A cold pressure built behind my eyes. I looked toward the entryway, toward the locked door, toward the cameras pointed at it. All of them were still running. All of them were still showing nothing. I set the matchbook down slowly, as if it could explode. I did not want to look away from it, but I forced myself back to the screen because the act of stopping felt like surrender. Whoever wanted this, whoever had the patience to place notes and time silence and leave marks on my door, wanted me to break, wanted me to stop writing, wanted me to keep the story trapped inside my head where it could rot. I typed faster. The words came out sharper now, less like a story and more like a report. Times, details, the exact phrasing of the notes, the exact way the hallway looked empty in every clip, the way the audio caught the whine inside the building like a whisper from a machine. I wrote until my wrists ached. The stove clock glowed green in the corner of my eye. I did not look at it directly, but I could feel it like a presence. The minute was approaching again. That number, that timing that had turned into a schedule my body obeyed without permission. My fingers hovered over the keys, then resumed. The refrigerator hummed. The HVAC whispered. The neighbor's TV, faint through drywall, murmured like distant voices underwater. The elevator whined once and stopped. And then, without warning, the building aligned. The refrigerator compressor cut off mid-hum. The HVAC paused between cycles. The neighbor's TV went silent, as if someone had unplugged it. Even the faint electrical chatter in the room seemed to thin, leaving a clean blankness I could feel in my teeth. 1 second. The blink. my hands froze above the keyboard. My lungs locked halfway through a breath. In that pressed, perfect silence, I heard something that did not belong to my thoughts. A slow inhale, not from a vent, not from the hallway, not from a neighbor through a wall. Right behind me, close enough that the sound carried warmth, close enough that it felt like air moving against the fine hairs near my ear. Ragged and patient, like someone leaning in quietly to read what I was writing over my shoulder. My spine went rigid. The skin along my arms prickled so hard it hurt. Every instinct screamed the same thing. Turn around, stand up, run, make noise, break the silence. I did none of it, because I understood in that second what the pattern had been teaching me. The blink was cover. The synchronized silence was not an accident. It was a window, and the person using it did not need to force a door open or leave footprints in snow. They only needed 1 second where every other sound stopped. 1 second where a breath could be placed into my life, like a signature. The refrigerator kicked back on with a low hum. The HVAC resumed with a soft rush. The neighbor's TV returned faintly, a burst of laughter bleeding through drywall like nothing had happened. Normal sound flooded back in, obscene and comforting at the same time. I stared at the screen, hands shaking, and did the only thing that still felt like control. I typed. I finished the sentence I had been working on as if the inhale had been a draft in the room, as if my body had not just been taught a new kind of fear. My fingers hit the keys with deliberate force. I wrote the last lines to the horror channel the way you might write a name on a life raft. I did not turn. I did not scream. I did not look behind me to confirm what I already knew would not be captured on camera. I just kept typing, because finishing the story was the only boundary I had left. And when I reached the end, when there was nothing more to explain and no more evidence to list, I signed off with the phrase that now sounded like both care and threat. The phrase that had followed me from a snowy lake to a city hallway to a 1-second silence in my kitchen. Stay warm. Epilogue. Open in your kitchen at 12:23. There are a lot of ways a story can end. A confession usually ends with relief. A warning usually ends with advice. A nightmare usually ends with somebody waking up, sweating, grateful it was not real. This one does not end like that. It ends the way my nights end now. With ordinary sounds doing ordinary things, and one small gap where they stop being ordinary. The email went out the same night I finished it. I sat here at this same kitchen table, the laptop glow on the laminate, the stove clock shining green like a cheap lighthouse, and I hit send because the act of sending felt like dropping a weight out of my hands. I half expected an error message, a bounced address, anything to make it feel like the world had rules again. It sent cleanly. I stared at the message delivered notification until my eyes hurt. Then I refreshed the inbox like a gambler pulling a slot machine, because part of me wanted someone to answer. Not to fix it, not to save me. Just to say, yes, we read it, yes, we believe you, yes, this is real enough to be recorded. Days passed, no reply. I checked spam, I checked trash. I searched the channel's email address in every folder like maybe my brain had filed it away wrong. Nothing. Then, a week later, I did get something. A new email. Same sender name. No subject line. The body was empty, no greeting, no question, no automated response, just blank white space on my screen like the message had been hollowed out, the way my footage had been hollowed out. I clicked View Original, thinking it was a glitch. The metadata looked normal. The content was simply not there. I stared at that empty email for a long time, waiting for anger or relief or some kind of emotional conclusion. What I felt instead was that familiar, cold clarity. The story was not going to be contained by being shared. It was not going to be made safe by being believed. Sending it did not erase anything. It only proved that the pattern could reach into a place I had assumed was neutral. Even the reply blinked. So this is where it leaves the listener. Not with instructions, not with comfort, just with a detail that becomes hard to unknow once it sits in the mind. Every home has a soundscape. Even the quietest place still has its little machine choir. A refrigerator compressor that hums and pauses. A heater that clicks and whispers through vents. Pipes that tick when hot water settles. An upstairs neighbor who walks to the bathroom at the same time every night. A distant road that never fully stops hissing. Most people do not notice any of it until it goes away. Because there is always a moment, sometimes once a night, sometimes once every few nights, when those systems line up. Not perfectly, not poetically, just mechanically. A compressor ends its cycle. A fan pauses before it kicks back on. A TV in the next unit goes silent because someone finally fell asleep on the remote. An elevator happens to be still. Even the little random noises take a breath at the same time. 1 second. Sometimes it is less than that. Sometimes it stretches just enough for the brain to register it as wrong. That is the second I used to think of as peaceful. It used to feel like proof that nothing was happening. Like the world had settled. Like the night was clean. Now that second feels like cover. Because motion does not need much time. It does not need a long window. It does not need drama. It needs a gap. A hand sliding paper under a door can happen inside a blink. A gloved finger tapping wood can happen inside a blink. A breath close enough to feel can happen inside a blink. And the reason it feels so wrong is because the blink makes it hard to trust what comes after. Once the machines start again, once the hum returns, the brain argues with itself. Maybe it was the pipes. Maybe it was the HVAC. Maybe it was a dream. Maybe the silence made the sound seem closer than it was. That argument is its own kind of trap. It turns you into your own skeptic. It makes you do the work of minimizing for whoever does not want to be seen. I find myself imagining people in their own kitchens now. Not because I want to drag anyone into this, but because the setting is so universal, it makes my skin crawl. A small apartment with the fridge cycling. A suburban house where the furnace clicks on and off. A condo where the hallway light buzzes and someone's TV bleeds through drywall. A parked car outside a 24-hour place with the heater ticking, the phone propped on the dash. Not as a warning, as a picture. Because the picture is what makes it stick. A person sits there thinking their home is the safest place they have. Thinking the sounds they ignore are just background. And then, at some point, without ceremony, the house does that thing it always does. The mechanical noise aligns and drops out. The world becomes still for one small beat. If nothing happens in that beat, nobody remembers it. If something does, the memory hooks into the silence like a barb. I wish I could say that sending the email ended it for me. I wish I could say the notes stopped. I wish I could say Megan and I found our way back to normal, and the matchbooks became an anecdote I told with a bitter laugh. Megan stopped coming by after her confession. She did not say, "I am leaving because you are crazy." She did not say anything dramatic. She just stopped showing up. The last time we spoke, she asked if I had considered moving, and I did not answer. Because moving is what people do when they believe geography can cut a thread. I do not believe that anymore. The cameras are still up. The audio app still runs at night sometimes. The peephole lens still shows a warped hallway that looks like nothing even when something happens. I keep the matchbooks in a drawer now, stacked in a Ziploc bag like a collection nobody would want. I have stopped trying to show them to anyone. The cardboard is too light to carry the weight it carries, and the smear near the latch never fully came out, no matter how I scrubbed it. It faded, but it did not disappear. Like a fingerprint that does not want to be cleaned away because it is not just dirt. It is a reminder. Last night, after that empty email reply, I sat at this kitchen table again with the laptop open, not writing, just staring at the screen like it might change its mind and fill itself with words. The refrigerator hummed. The HVAC whispered. Somewhere above, someone dropped something heavy and the floor thudded. I checked the door camera feed. The hallway was empty. It always is. I checked the time. The stove clock glowed 12:22, then rolled forward, 12:23. My throat tightened automatically. The refrigerator compressor clicked off. The HVAC paused. The neighbor's TV, on low earlier, went silent like a mouth closing. The elevator did not move. The 1 second dead quiet arrived, clean as a held breath. And in that second, I heard the soft scrape again. Closer than it had ever been. Not down the hall, not near the elevator, right outside my door, right at the base, like something being set down with care. Then the refrigerator kicked back on. The HVAC resumed. The building returned to its normal lie. I sat still for a long moment, trying to decide if I had the strength to repeat the ritual. Check the feed, open the door, scan the empty corridor, pick up the object like it meant anything. I did not. I stood up slowly and walked to the door anyway, because my body has learned to move toward that sound the same way it has learned to wake at that minute. I did not open it at first. I just stood there with my hand near the handle, listening for the after noise. Footsteps, an elevator ding, any sign of retreat. Nothing. I turned the knob carefully and pulled the door open. The hallway was empty. No shadow, no movement, no sign anyone had been there. And for a second, I almost felt relief. The kind that makes you hate yourself right after, because relief is how you get trained. Then I looked at my own door, not the floor, the inside of the door handle. There was a matchbook hooked over it, hanging from the curve like someone had placed it there with familiarity. Same cheap off-white cardboard, same black smudge pressed into the spine, balanced in a way that made no sense unless a hand had been inside my apartment long enough to do something careful. It was not on the doormat. It was not under the door. It was already in. I stood there staring at it while the refrigerator hummed behind me, and the HVAC whispered through the vent, and the hallway stayed empty like it always does. Then I took the matchbook off the handle with 2 fingers, the way you pick up something you do not want to touch with your skin, and I closed the door again. I locked it. I went back to the kitchen. I sat down at the table, and I listened to the building breathe, waiting for the next 1 second blink, because now I understand the thing I wish I did not. Silence does not mean safety. Silence is when it moves.